call the June 12th meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. We welcome everyone in attendance today and those listening online. We have 9 board members in their seats and no board members online, so we've got 9 present today. We had some technical difficulties at the end of the day yesterday, and so the board had moved to executive session for attorney-client privilege, and the live stream was ended without any comment from the board, so I just wanted to point out that that was why we had the executive session and no action was taken after that. We adjourned immediately after the executive session was completed. We do not need to approve the agenda, even though it's on our list because we approved it yesterday. So unless anyone has changes for today, okay, then I will turn it over to Scott Gordon to act on USD 115 land transfer petition. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board, Commissioner Watson. Nice to see you all again. I really don't have very much additional to say this morning. I'm happy to answer questions and help in your discussion if need be. I do have a few things I want to point out. There was a question that came up yesterday as to, this idea of due process, or this idea of, was there a technicality because the petition had not actually been amended? Let me elaborate on why I took the position that I did. I had told the parties when the whole thing started, what I really wanted to avoid was the risk of any kind of moving target, right? I thought it was only fair that everybody knew exactly what land we were talking about when we started. That's not to say you can't make your own decisions and kind of, to quote counsel, use your own red pen. Yes, the law certainly allows you to do that. And reading through the emails and printing them back off that I had received through that specific email address is when I had found that there was testimony submitted by counsel on behalf of 115. And when I first looked at it, it read just like any kind of pleading you would expect to be shared with counsel for the other side. And so I did. I immediately sent an email to all of the parties saying, I'm just curious to make sure I really didn't miss something very important here that everybody was aware of. Because generally whenever you file a pleading, you do provide a certificate of service that says, yes, everybody that's supposed to see this has seen this. So I did share with all the parties saying, can you verify if you've ever seen this? The response I received almost immediately was, I had never seen this before. Why is this important? Well, from my consideration, I didn't think it would have been fair for me to make a decision based on, this amendment or this option number 2 looks pretty good. I think I'll recommend that. I didn't think I could make that recommendation when the other school district from which the land was going to come from hadn't even seen that yet. I did not see that. It was not received by my office until well after the public hearing. So that's why I did not really include many findings on that in my particular report. That was the point that I was trying to make yesterday and the point that I was trying to make in the report. I'm not saying the things have to specifically be amended in any kind of formal matter, but I wasn't going to go down that road myself as your hearing officer. The second thing that I was going to point out, and really this is an explanation for those that had written letters and submitted emails. There were a few of them that they had specifically asked, well, I would like to keep this letter confidential. And while I certainly understand and appreciate that desire, I don't think it would have been right for me to withhold those from you. And it wouldn't have done any good. Like, why would you bother writing the letter to me if you didn't want to share with the state board? And of course, once there's a document that is shared with you, it's an open record at that point. It's fair game. So while I did redact, and I hope I got everybody's personal contact information and email addresses redacted from those documents, really, this is an explanation for the public. I don't have the option of keeping those confidential. I was not trying to throw anyone under the bus or sell anyone out or cause drama. It was just, I felt that was what I had to do. And the third thing that I would share is, and I meant to clarify this yesterday and I apologize. I know you're all used to seeing me stand up here as an advocate on behalf of the Department of Education. In the Professional Practice Commission cases, for example, I am a stern advocate and I urge you to take certain actions, right? And other times you see me giving you somewhat of legal guidance as an attorney on behalf of the Department of Education. I'm wearing a different hat when I'm sitting as your hearing officer. I'm not your legal counsel, and I'm not an advocate on one side or the other. I'm not picking sides on this. I see my role as the hearing officer merely to gather the information and to summarize it as accurately and as appropriately as I can, and to give you the answer of, if I were sitting there, or if the decision were totally up to me, this is what I would do and why. That's it. Clearly, you are the decision makers. You're the ones with the names on the door, not me. And like I said yesterday, Madam Chair, hopefully I've served you well as the hearing officer in this matter. With that, I don't have anything further to share, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Board members, we have, you can see on the agenda, we have quite a bit of time for deliberation here, so if you have any questions for Mr. Gordon, you can use the hand raise or just raise your hand. Are you already, I should pull it up before I say that, right? Go ahead, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, would you give us your interpretation of, on the first page there of the law, Kansas Board of Education Transfer Guidelines, Roman numeral number 2, first statement there, toward the end of that it says, it also must include whether the transfer would add to the general improvement of the public schools in the state and the equalization of the benefits and burdens of education throughout the affected communities. That sounds like a really broad statement.
So the best way I could think to summarize, you'll recall yesterday I was giving the example of moving the needle, and I talked about how some districts are able to afford on their own more, for lack of a better phrase right now, more educational opportunities than maybe their neighbors are able to because of the value of their land and because of their, well, just the value of their land. So equalization attempts to kind of balance that out and provide additional aid for those that are below a certain point in the curve. The guidance that has been promulgated for years and hasn't been changed since 2018 says that for you to take action, it should be for the benefit of equalizing those things and not causing a bigger gap in the capacity of school districts to provide education. When it comes to the benefits of the students as a whole, you have to consider, I believe, not just those students that happen to live in the area that's going to be transferred, but as the district of a whole. In other words, if there's a detrimental risk to a school district existing as a result of transferring a small chunk of land, then you don't just consider those students that happen to live in that land, you've got to consider the district as a whole. Again, I'm not claiming that there's going to be a detrimental effect to either district here, but I think that's a consideration, and that's how I read your guidance.
The reason why it's interesting to me, because in the testimonies, it seems like both districts have kind of equal effect now. The family, I mean, they're both serving their students well, and it just is almost like a geographical issue more than anything about equalization, the burden of education. I mean, so it almost like this doesn't really apply in this case.
So again, when we talk about the equalization, we're not talking necessarily equal population. We're not talking about the equalization of, how many teachers you have or how good the schools are. It's a financial question. That's what the equalization is referring to in that particular, that's how I'm reading it. And I, for what it's worth, I think I agree with you that the testimony and everything, there hasn't been testimony from anyone that says, this is just terrible for our students, we can't go here anymore, please let me go to this other school district that I haven't been able to go to before. You haven't heard that. That's not the case this time.
And the tax burden was identified as like just 2% or something of their total budgets, right?
I think that was the number that was in there. That's correct.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if it would be Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Gordon who would answer this, but when we have transfers that come to us through the mediated agreed process and flows through us on that level, are we looking at the equalization aspect as well when we are putting our final stamp of approval on that? Because I honestly, until all of this, didn't fully realize that that can be an issue. So with the other two transfers that have occurred through agreement, there was no land swap.
That's right.
So did it affect this equalization we're talking about with 113 getting extra tax dollars, so to speak, in order to equal their education ability?
So I'm happy to answer the question to the extent that it's appropriate for me to answer it. It is still something that the state board has to consider. And was there a transfer in land value from one district to the other, or actually one district to two other districts, separate agreements, that resulted in certain land value being exchanged? Yes, I'm not even going to pretend otherwise. Obviously, if you give something away and you don't get anything back, there's a transfer of value there. Yeah, no, that is certainly a consideration. I would tell you that when I'm reviewing these and I make general recommendations to the board on the transfers, I look at them and unless there is a real detriment, like it seems like if you do this, you are destroying the ability of your school district to exist. Barring that, if it's an agreement between the school districts, then you respect local choice. And you know, like I said, the agreement's 23 out of 24 over the past, since 1987. Well, more than that, because I haven't updated in the past couple of years. Get approved by the state board, but it's still a consideration. I guess the issue is, if there is an unequalization, I'm probably not using that correctly, I'm gonna make that term up. If there is such a thing as that happening, that's a result of the choice in the agreement of the school districts and not because of an action taken by the state board. Or I should say not solely of the state board.
The only other case that's happened in most recent history is the Abilene Chapman case, correct? Do you have some knowledge historically of what that situation looked like as far as why it came to the state board at that time?
I mean, I've read the files, I'm familiar with the case. There were two of them, right? The first one was, I hope I don't mess this up, a petition for land to transfer from Chapman to Abilene. Okay. Because, and this was an immediate, and to differentiate the two if this helps, there was a plan by the Chapman School District to close an attendance center in 99 and 2000. Immediately there was a petition filed by Abilene to transfer some of that territory, and they relied on that school closure having just happened or it was about to happen as their recent change in circumstance. In that particular case, the hearing officer actually found that that was not a material change in circumstance. Wasn't me, but there was that finding that the hearing officer found that did not constitute a material change in circumstance because the students that would have been attending the building that was closed had already been attending the other school building. They were just going to keep attending the school building. If I remember correctly, it was grades K1 through 3, K1, 2, 3 in this building. And then they had 4th and 5th grade over in this building. And these students that would have gone over to this other building weren't going to be doing that because the building closed. So they just continue to go back to building, the same building they'd already been in. The hearing officer found that that means it's not really material change in circumstance. So the hearing officer did make recommendations not to grant the land transfer. In that case, the state board did adopt a modified version, and I wasn't here. My understanding is they kind of, not to abuse the phrase, they took the red pen out and they figured out their own boundaries. That went to district court. The district court found that it was fine for the state board to do that, but then immediately after the district court made the ruling, there was a reverse petition to take some of that territory back, because it was a matter of, well, wait a minute, when we said we wanted this transfer, we thought we were going to be in it, or we thought we weren't going to be in it, and you all changed it, so now we want some of that back. That's my recollection of that particular case. For what it's worth, when you're talking about past cases, when you have administrative reviews like this, it's not like district court or even a court of appeals where we don't have to follow the same exact thing that happens in prior orders. I think it's a good idea to follow the law, right? And if the guidance is the same and the principles are the same, then you would still rely on those because those are the goalposts that I talked about yesterday. But as far as just because the hearing officer found one thing, 24, 23 years ago doesn't mean I would necessarily make the same finding today. And the same goes to the state board. But that, I think, is probably the main difference. Well, the second difference in that case, in the petition you have before you, it appears that most of the students or the families of the students that want to attend 115 are already attending 115. In the Chapman to Abilene transfer, most of the students were still in the giving district. And they would be forced to be into this new district had the petition been granted. And the last thing that I'll say, just on that particular case, there was a finding consistent with a comment I made yesterday, that although it's certainly a significant factor of where the majority of the people within the transferred area want to go, it is, I mean, that opens the door, but that doesn't seal the deal. That doesn't trump the other considerations you have to take into consideration, and that was kind of the point I was trying to make yesterday. It's not an end-all, be-all, golden ticket.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is my district, I've been very fortunate to be in both towns. There's a lot of going on great in both areas. The support from the families, and this is hard because both towns are really great. The schools are really great. Good people, good support, good board members, on and on and on. But on the other side, I'm going to make a motion that we deny the land transfer, the petition from 115, and uphold the hearing officer's findings.
Heard the motion. Is there a second? Ann, further discussion? We have plenty of time to discuss, so the conversation can continue. Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Been thinking a lot about this, as we all have, but I had several points I wanted to get on the record because I think we do need to build a record to support whatever decision we make. So looking at the list of the 11 things in the law and the 4 guidelines that a previous state board laid out that we need to consider, here's just a list of things that I've been thinking about. 1, I don't think that approving it would improve the education throughout the state. District 113 serves more out-of-district students than 115. And all of those parents made the same choice as those in the disputed area. They pay taxes in one district and send their kids to another. That happens all over the state. And the fact is now, with open borders, that's just an unknown quantity that we also have to consider. We could have thousands of more kids across the state where they are attending school in one district and their parents are paying taxes in another. And the legislature made no notion at all that the land would follow the kid or the property taxes would follow the kid. There is a negative impact on equalization. I think it's too bad someone made a promise 10 years ago about the land following the kid that they had no authority to make. And I think it was obvious that the Burns School was going to close in any case. Seneca was just more upfront about it than the other. Maybe 113 actually thought after a few years maybe they could save this school, but it just took them 2 years longer to get to the same point that Seneca was already at, that this school had to close. And we don't let folks just vote on moving their land from one district to another for a reason, because neighborhoods change and we can't be moving district back and forth from one district to another. That's why this responsibility falls on us, because we have to look at the larger picture and how it impacts the entire state. So I think when you look at the 11 factors in the law, and I'm not going to go through them all, but if you look at them, you can't get there to an approval for this land transfer. There's just not a good reason to move it. And I agree, the answer may be out there in the messy middle, but I think they probably need to go back and figure that out themselves, and they don't have to wait 2 years to make that happen. They could make that happen next week. So I support the motion to deny the transfer.
Jim Porter.
Scott, what's the 90th day? What date is the 90th day?
And I do stand corrected. It is not tomorrow. I can't read calendars any better than I can spell, apparently.
Well, I can't spell either, so
Well, it would be the 20th, I think, is the day that would be the 90 days. So the 20th of this month is when your
when is
order's
that?
due.
That's, what's today?
Technically, I
That's next
believe
week
it is
sometime.
Thursday of next week. No, I said that, but I better be right. Okay.
Next Thursday.
I've spent my life trying to solve problems. And what I'm going to say is probably way off base. I've never, I may have driven through this area on my way to Nebraska, but I have no knowledge and and certainly don't have the skills to bring out the red pen. I mean, that would just be ridiculous for me and probably most of us to do that. I need to ask this question to the people in the room. We have the president of both boards of education in the room, I believe. We have both superintendents in the room, I believe. And what I'm going to say now is speculation on my part. I haven't polled anybody, but this is speculation on my part that there is not 6 votes at this table to approve the land transfer. Is there any possibility that you could get together and come up with something that you all can live with and present? Because I think both sides have some really good arguments. Is there a way to solve this problem with that? Because if we approve the motion, and by the way, as it is, I'm going to support that motion. I'm going to vote for it. Then somebody loses and somebody wins. Is there a possible way that the parties could get together? And by the way, I was sorry, Scott and Mark, without your lawyers, and actually come up with something that you could all live with that would be a benefit. I don't see the argument that 113 gave away land without something coming back as a very good argument for. I wouldn't expect any district to give up something without getting something in return. I just see that people ought to be able to come together, make a decision that meets everybody's best interest. And I'm just asking, is there any possibility that that could happen? If the answer is no, then I'm ready to vote in favor of Danny's motion.
Madam Chair, if I may just clarify for the sake of everybody in the room, are you actually wanting them to stand up and give an answer now, or is this a rhetorical thing for them to consider?
I'll interject. I think the
Okay.
question was
I'm just,
hypothetical and not
Okay.
asking for an actual response. Mr. Porter, or Board Member Porter.
I think Mark told me I couldn't even ask the question, but you know, I've spent my life not paying attention to lawyers.
we know.
I'd like for the people that are there to come up with a solution. They know more about it than we do. But I don't know if that's possible. And yeah, I would like an answer.
Guess I'll call on Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been the toughest thing I think we've faced as a board since we've been at it a year and a half together. And I always try to think at decision-making from a philosophical, maybe even a political standpoint of freedom. And what we do today will make, cause some philosophies, whatever, to stand for maybe a generation. At least people will look at what we do today. And I really would rather go the route what Mr. Porter has just suggested. But I will say that when it comes to freedom, I always think of property rights, ownership, parental choice, those type of things. And I just have to vote against this motion for that reason. And I would hope that whatever we do today will open the door for the two districts to come together, because I think that is the right process. But I want to say again, I think as Americans, we need to be looking at everything in the, through the lens of freedom, and whatever that means to the individual and to groups of people. We want to protect that with everything we have. Tyranny is a terrible thing, and I'm not saying that that plays into this, but in the long run, we need to be looking at what we decide as individuals. Do we give up things incrementally that take our freedoms away? And that's where I'm coming from, and I just had to come to that point of making that the issue, so.
Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as most of you that are in the room know, that UD 13 and UD 115 and Byrne and the entire arena were a part of my district. And so this is very hard, because as Mr. Zach has found out, you are both quality schools. And as one of the patrons of one of the school districts mentioned in the hearing, that Nemaha County, period, feels that education is very important, and their actions show it. And the way that they teach their students shows it. Their expectations from the education of their students is shown. So you need to be very proud of that. The other component that concerns me, however, is that it appeared to me, although I know you maybe better than most everyone on this board does, that there's a rivalry that exists. And I watched Wetmore be divided between two school districts without very much fanfare. So I can't help but wonder if Byrne was located in a different location and wanted to be a part of another district, would it have been quite as challenging? Both Wetmore and Byrne were separate school districts. And as far as I know, even though some of their students may have gone different directions, there really wasn't the connection with one school district versus the other. And they were not part of that rivalry. And I'm just hoping that there's a recognition by 113 that there are people who may have voted at one time because they thought they were going to be able to save their school, because they had a bond issue that they were paying off as well, so they wanted to keep their school open. That you will find a way of making them feel like they are part of the district. Either that or you work something out so that they're not feeling like they're being held captive. Because having visited with some of them, that true or untrue, that's the way some of them feel. They feel like their land was grabbed. So I think it behooves both 115 and 113 to work to find a way to ensure that the folks in Bern all feel like they're a part of what they're funding. But it will be difficult for me to agree to rejecting or to accepting the petition because of what I've just said. But also from one point of view, the petition itself has, since we have to look at the original petition, it has some flaws. And so legally, it's difficult to agree when it has those flaws. But it's difficult to disagree because of all of the history that I've been made aware of from the entire time and the way that folks feel. So I will join Mr. Hirschberger in his thought that there needs to be a recognition that freedom is important. Taxation without feeling like you are represented is not our way. So we need to work on that. Because I know it's unlikely that there will be 6 votes to reject the motion that has been made. So my plea is that you all work it out together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jim McNeese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a awful situation we're in. And there's not going to be any clear winner when we vote. and because there's so many good people involved. I'm going to use this situation we're in right now as a message from a departing board member. We're going to see more of these. Populations, many of our communities are not going to be supportive, and the distances between communities is going to not change. And that's going to be we're going to see more cases like this, I think. Not hundreds, but more. And I would encourage the board, after we do this, to take some kind of time and energy and kind of look at the rules, because the rules were made a long time ago, and look at the situations and anticipate even some circumstances and times that could happen. Because Western Kansas isn't growing in terms of population. It's staying the same in terms of geographic size. And we're gonna, I'm used to live out there. And there's, it's gonna be a challenge. And this is only the one, I think, of a number that may happen, not tomorrow, but over the next years. And I think it behooves us as a board to take a look at that subject, that topic, that issue that we're facing right now, and say, how could we have done this better in preparation for what's going to happen in the future? You know, to both communities, I'm sorry this has happened. You're good people, and we have any decision we make is the wrong decision for someone and the right decision maybe not for anybody. You know, so the lawyers need to step in and help us figure this thing out. But we need to, as a board, take a stand or provide the leadership so other communities that are faced with this same challenge have more appropriate stepping stones to move towards a solution without having to bring it to us here today like this. Thank you.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to let the board know I appreciate the thoughtful, consideration everybody's given this and the respect, and same for the communities. Everybody has been really respectful of everybody else's position. We obviously have two good districts here with people who have a passion for kids, and I agree with Jim Porter that I would really like them to work it out. They could do that next week. They could. And it doesn't have to stand for a generation. If we vote this down, they have every incentive to go do better, come back and bring us a proposal we can approve. And I think if you think that this is about taxation without representation, let's say we approved this, then the obvious next step is for 113 to come in and go, yeah, I want all that land where the 120-some kids that we serve should be brought in. And then Katie bar the door. Then we've just opened that gate. But freedom works, and we have it because we're a nation of laws. And so this board is an elected board, and we have to follow the law. That's how we protect freedom. And neither side in here, in this dispute, has a lock on the issue of freedom. So again, I support Danny's motion, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else's hand up, so I wanted to make a few comments. When I look at the effect on the students in this area, I consider the students in 113 who would no longer call 113 their home district. And they aren't here. They may not even know that this is happening. The families in the area that we're considering, excuse me, today are already choosing which school they want to attend. If we approve the petition, there's no guarantee that the students of 113 get to stay there. And so that was certainly something that I think about when I look at the effect on students living in the area. I also disagree, to Ann's point, with the notion that this is taxation without representation, because when you choose to go to another district that's not your home district, you know that you're not going to have a vote in those school board elections. Again, that's the law. That's the way it works. And to Jim McNeese's point, there will be more closures. And so I think it's important that the board remember, first of all, you've asked us to get out the red pen, right? It's the people in these communities who really know the communities best. You work there, your kids go to school there, and I've never been, I will actually drive through this area today, but I've never been to this part of Kansas, and I don't know the community. We heard specific details about pieces of land and high value, and we wouldn't know that as board members. Maybe a few of us would, but certainly not all of us. And so that's not a track that I'm comfortable getting on, especially knowing that this will not be the last conversation like this, but it is an incredibly challenging situation for everyone involved. I know that you agree, and I think it's really important that we put the students first, and I think it's really important that we follow the law and the statute, and you all have copies of the statutes in front of you. So, any further discussion or comments? Okay. Are we ready to vote? All in favor of Danny's motion, please raise your hand. Opposed? 6-3, the motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so procedurally, that issue has been taken care of, and you'll direct council to prepare a final order consistent with the discussions and have the board chair sign that when that's prepared and ready, and hopefully that'll be no later than June 20th. Okay.
Thank you, Mark. All right, we are going to make some adjustments to our agenda. Give me just a minute. I hear that Natalie Clark is in the room. So Natalie, if I can move number 6 up in the agenda, we can have you present right now the overview of career and tech ed pathways. She was in the room. I can't see behind these 2 giant pillars, so. Okay,
We'll get her back down.
okay, then we'll swap that and we'll do consent, and then maybe Natalie can make it back by then. So we can go ahead and go through the consent agenda. Yesterday, there was a motion to approve it, but to vote separately on items B as in boy, E, F, G, H, and I, and J, and N. What's the question? Yeah, we're going to go ahead. Is that okay? And vote now. So we'll vote on consent next, right now. And then when we're done with consent, we'll move to Natalie because we've got time in the schedule. Okay? Everybody on the same page?
Sorry.
Were we going to vote on all these that got pulled as one?
Yeah, as one. Yeah,
Okay.
so there'll be,
The others first.
yeah,
But
2
we're-
votes. We'll vote on the consent agenda as amended, and then we'll vote on the items that were pulled as a
Okay,
block.
thank you.
Yep. So are there, may I have a motion to vote to approve the consent agenda as amended? Jim and Kathy. Is there any discussion?
We're voting on the items that were not full.
We are voting on the consent agenda minus B, E, F, G, H, I, J, and N. Okay. Any other questions? Ready to vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that is a 9-0 vote. Motion passes. We will now vote on only items B, E, F, G, H, I, J, and N. Any discussion? Ann?
You want a motion then discussion?
Sure, that works.
Okay. I'll move to approve all these items.
Is there?
B, E,
And
F, G,
second
H,
from
I,
Jim.
J, N. But it is scary to me that we would not be approving some of these items. For example, there's 3.6 million in this list to help improve services for children with disabilities. Okay, IDEA, our most vulnerable kids, 3.6 million. There's more than 11 million if I do my math right and add it all up. Academic enrichment for kids in high poverty, low-performing schools, $11 million in services. They would be denied if we vote this down. Apprenticeship, this is our program. 1.3 million for, I think Shane's gonna make a presentation. We have 98 apprentices coming on. This is to help get more teachers. That's one of our goals. And then finally, the CTA pathway credentials. This is the state program that provides the money for tuition for high school students to go to tech schools and community colleges. It's a state program. It used to be known as SB 155, now CTE, what is it, Natalie? CTE? Excel and CTE, yes, okay. So if my son, when my son was in high school, he wanted to become a mechanic, they took him on a bus every day to Washburn Tech to learn to be a mechanic. That's what this money, that's what this list is for, to say which classes kids get to go to tech and community college for free while they're still in high school. Why would we not approve that? So anyway, lots of good things on here. We'd be turning down millions and millions of dollars for kids. A lot of them high poverty kids. Anyway, I just have to encourage you to support our kiddos. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ready to vote? All in favor of B, E, F, G, H, I, J, and N, please raise your hand. Opposed? 7-2, motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McNeese.
I didn't want to say this when, before we voted, but maybe I should have. I'm just, I guess, would like to know why people were opposed to it, because maybe I don't have all the information that I need to make a vote. I'm very aware of what these programs are, for a lot of good reasons. And I'm just kind of thinking, other than if you're just opposed to helping different groups of people, then that philosophically can be a good reason, I guess. But I don't know, I haven't heard a good reason not to vote for it.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would take it would take more than 2 days. It would take several days to, there's so much, you can't just discuss it in 10 minutes. There's history books on this, there's constitutionality, there's a lot of things in the United States that are, both parties are kind of working towards a goal, and some people don't see it, but I've been reading a lot of history books. I've been reading a lot of things across the other states that have done something similar, and where that's taken our nation. And it would take more than just 10 minutes of me describing. So, I mean, sometimes when, like even before the new board members got on, it was 9-1 vote a lot of times. And sometimes I'm thinking, why are they voting for this stuff? The same reason why you're thinking, why are you voting against it? We could have those conversations off the record, on the record, but it would take a lot of people. It would take a lot of people coming before the board to kind of talk about these things with me that have been reading up on some of these things. And you have to dig into more than, you have to dig into legislation. I mean, a lot of the stuff, the legislation, they think it's a good thing, and we go and we make a law on it, and then even just recently with open enrollment. I mean, you got to think these things through, and I would like to even ask legislation as far as if they said land grabs wouldn't happen, and transfer of lands wouldn't happen, but they can't make that promise because it's already seems like it's steamrolling down that way. So I just think that there's a lot more to it than just, oh, she voted against that. Boy, it'd take a lot, And I kind of want to talk about that. I think I mentioned it maybe 6 months ago on, when people talk about, I can't think of the word right now, but, public-private partnerships. I mean, I could spend weeks talking to you about the issues with that I have on that. And you go back to old history books that I've been buying that you can't even get, it's hard to even get in America anymore. You have to go outside of America to find some freedoms in some of these books because they just don't make them, they don't publish them in America. So, because they don't want you to know some of the things that are going on in our country. And a lot of it, I mean, you say federal government, I mean, taking federal money might help some, but it also takes away some freedoms of others that don't want that on their children. So when we think of all these things, I say, well, how can I opt that out as a parent? How can I opt my kid out of social emotional learning at the school? Because we have that at our house. I don't want that being done to my kid at the school. I don't want them talking to maybe psychologists or counselors or something like that unless it's about academics. And we keep getting further and further away from education. We're talking about safe and secure schools, putting Narcan in school. I mean, we've medicalized our schools. And I'm going to say that on the record. We have medicalized our schools. And I see us eroding education every single day and further away. And now we talk about skills. Well, if I go to a mechanic store, and even through COVID, if I was working in a mechanic store and I was getting some, as a young kid, and I'm getting some education as far as a skill work, I'm working, I'm getting money, my taxes are getting taken out of my paycheck, I'm learning a little bit. I don't have to go to something that's systemized that has to say, this is how we do it here. Well, this is how the small business does it. Well, now if you go and you're working specifically in a shop, a lot of those businesses, not businesses, but schools got shut down during COVID, and they couldn't even go in and do labs. They couldn't go in and do mechanical work. Well, the business never quit working. They still had to change tires. They still had to change oil. They could have still kept getting that experience while going to their school for education and academics. It's not a skill. Skills are going to constantly change, but academics, you're learning math, you're learning arithmetic, you're learning writing, you're learning the things about history that are important. Now we're spreading it out and we're talking about skills. Skills is something that you can get at a job or learning through volunteer work or learning through different things. And like I said, I could go on and on and on, but sometimes I just have to stand and go, I just don't even have enough information on the contract. I just don't have enough information, and we're making decisions fairly quickly on some of this stuff. And it's a lot of money, and I just feel like sometimes I just need to slow down and pause and say, I'm just gonna put my foot down, and I just know too much because I've been doing so much research. So that's where I am, and I'm just gonna hold my ground on voting no. Thank you.
I do want to respond to her if I can.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate the passion you have, and I appreciate the fact that you put a lot of time, effort, and energy into understanding or appreciating, what you do, for your votes. So thank you then. Good answer.
I'm going to add on too. I appreciate the explanation. Thanks for sharing. And just want to add that a couple of things. The board policy handbook covers part of this. And just a reminder for any board member, if you ever feel like there's something in consent that you need more information on, if you've got more questions, reach out directly to me or to the vice chair or to Commissioner Watson, and the department will work to make sure that you have all of your questions answered. The agenda comes out several weeks before the board meeting. And so if you just take a glance at that, the moment you get it, in those first couple of days, you can immediately reach back out, and there's plenty of time between then and when the board meets at this table to get those questions answered. Many of you have had things pulled from consent before we got close to the board meeting, and we'll bring somebody in to present on that item. So those are options that are available. You should never feel like you don't have enough information to cast a vote and feel good in the decision that you've made because you had the information you needed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Natalie. Thank you for adjusting your schedule, and welcome for Career and Tech Ed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hoff. Education members, Commissioner Watson, I'm grateful to be here today. Career and Tech Ed is something I'm very passionate about, and I want to share with you how the State Board of Education and those of us at KSDE support students, provide them with opportunities to have a lifetime to be a productive and responsible citizen. With CTE, I'd like to think of continuing to build on that strong academic foundation, being able to apply reading, math, and science in something that they're passionate about, learning a technical skill, and exploring career options so that they can learn through that lens that they're most excited about. So going through CTE, starting in 1917, but I really wanted to talk most about 2006. A change was made. The term vocational education was taken out. It was retired in the Carl Perkins career and technical education world. In 2011, if we think about tech prep, and that word was terminated into strengthening career and technical education for the 21st century. So we're now in Perkins 5, and we provide career and technical education for each student. If we're doing things correctly, our clusters and pathways should mirror the occupations in Kansas. So they get to explore, apply, and connect what they're learning in their classroom in hopes that they'll be more motivated and engaged in what they're learning. So I just wanted to go through some of those shifts from that time when we retired vocational education to now career and technical education. So then vocational technical education was for a few students, where now we like to think of it for all students to know how their academics apply in the real world setting and those authentic applications. So going from a few jobs to all careers. If we think about lifelong learning, going through having those students learn those career readiness skills, like Michelle said, skills are changing so quickly. So how can they learn and apply in reading, math, and science into these different areas and apply higher order reasoning skills, problem solving, and those employability skills that are so important. So currently in our model, in the national model and in our state model, we have 16 career clusters or groupings. And in the national model, there's 79 career pathways where we have 36. So we look at what's going on in Kansas and our communities and our regions, and we have the 36 pathways. And then we make sure that students are aligned to post-secondary. So some of those advanced classes, they can take tuition-free college credits. They can work with that business and community member to apply some of their skills in the real world settings. And some of our career and technical student organizations have competitions and get to demonstrate what they've learned. So this is our model. We do follow the national model, but we adapt it to Kansas. So the middle of the sunflower are those employability skills that transfer among all the different areas. But it's really just exploring what they're passionate about. And it's a road. If you think of a road map, they don't have to stay in one area. Those skills or those application of those academic skills can transfer to other areas as they have the opportunity for parents and students to explore what might be possible. So I was asked to give an overview of career and technical education. I decided to do it in a way that there is a model that is research-based by our CTE organization. So what are the 12 elements that you should include to have a high-quality pathway? So I want to tell you about what we're doing in Kansas that have those components. Standards-aligned and integrated curriculum. We've talked a lot about making sure the students are applying what they're learning in their academic skills and building on those and what they're passionate about. And we have, I believe that Deborah passed out or she's going to, and I'll go ahead and talk about it. We have a sequence of courses. So if a student decides they're interested in a particular area they want to explore, there's introductory courses. In business, you might learn about marketing, finance, business management, entrepreneurship, more broad. If you decide that that's something you really would like to learn more about, you could take a technical level course, and you'll build upon that intro level. Once you learn those technical skills, then you go to an application level course where you can apply what you've learned. So you could apply that in a school-based setting. You could apply that in a career and technical student organization, competitive event. You could apply that with a business and industry partner in your community. So in Kansas, the technical and application level courses that are approved in a school district's pathway application are eligible for state funding. So I wanted to, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but 3 levels of courses: intro, which is not funded, and the technical and application levels are. We have a pathway process annually, and the consultants in that area review those to make sure they have these high-quality components. So the sample I gave you is the construction and design pathway to show how it is sequenced, and we have worked with post-secondary to make sure that it articulates or aligns. So if you are interested in construction and design, you may want to take an introductory level course. So in the model that you have, drafting, production blueprint reading, introduction to industrial tech. If you decide you like that, you could go on in either more of a design strand or construction. And at that time, those technical level courses do receive state funding, because in those labs or those real-world authentic settings requires smaller class sizes, equipment that the students have had hands-on, and supplies to actually demonstrate those skills. And in the application level, the students would actually apply or demonstrate those competencies that they've learned in a real-world setting, either in the classroom, in an automotive shop or lab area, with business and industry. And again, those technical and application level courses are state funded. So that's the sequencing and articulation. In some of the technical and application level courses, the students can also receive dual credit. There are many tiered technical funded courses, state funded courses, where the students can get college credit, sometimes right in the high school if the teacher is qualified to do so. Sometimes they can go to their local community or technical college. And if they're tiered technical funded, as Ann talked about, the CTE, Excel and CTE courses, those are state funded. So the parents and students won't have to pay for those courses. So they are allowed those advanced opportunities either through college credit or through partnering with business and industry.
Can we pause there for a question? Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just responding to what you have, which is great. How many schools actually do this?
Okay, that is a great
I
question.
knew you'd know that.
And from memory, I'm going to make sure, 3,577 pathways. So those are annual.
We have 3,777 pathways.
In the year 2023, 2024, 3,577 approved pathways. So that means those technical and application level courses receive state funding to help with smaller class sizes, to help with labs, to help with equipment, to provide those application of academic skills and provide those advanced courses, yes.
How many of our high schools have one of these programs? But if I'm a student in Sublette or Wichita or Kansas City or Oakley, I mean.
We reached out. I believe there's only 10 districts that don't have at least one career and technical education pathway.
And what is the biggest challenge to provide these, not money, but people to teach the classes?
Yes, finding the instructor that's qualified, because they do have to have that credential or technical endorsement.
They don't have to really be a full-fledged teacher, so to speak. They go to 4 years of college and student teach and all that. They can be coming from the field, is that right?
There's 3 routes to the classroom, yes, that's correct. So myself, I received a degree in business and computer. So I was able to teach the high school courses, and then I was adjunct for the college and could teach computer. But if you're a professional from the industry, in many cases, and I'm going to show you a sample in Shawnee Mission, we have professionals in the field that also teach, that they get the credentials to teach and share in those particular areas.
As a principal in Western Kansas, which I was, and South Central Kansas, I had a hard time finding anybody to teach these classes. And many times I was not teaching what necessarily the kids wanted or I wanted, but the person who had the skills and knowledge and credentials to do provide a class. You know, and what are some of the strategies that districts are using to break that, to solve that problem? Because that is a huge problem, and I know the districts are working hard to change that.
So if you're fortunate to have a community and technical college in your area, partnering or articulating those sequence of courses, a personal example is I helped a small 1A school in St. John. They weren't able to have business courses. So we talked to the local bank, and the bank put a bank inside the school. So 1 hour a day, the professionals from the bank would come down. We had 4 particular positions in the bank. We had the teller, who would have to balance the cash drawer. We had the person who we called the accounting person, who had to make sure that it was put into the computer. And then we did it all by hand. We did that 2 hours a day, so we actually had 2 tellers. But they came in with the cooperation of the teacher to make sure those students were learning, applying their academic skills, their customer service skills, the computer skills, and what, if they really wanted to go on in that industry, what that would look like. So I think sometimes asking, I think they enjoyed to come down for the 45-minute class section and share what they learned. And of course, the students really gained from it. Another added benefit was the students preschool through 12th grade could deposit their money, and the students would give financial literacy lessons. So we're hoping that years from now, those preschool students and their parents who come in to put money in the bank will have that financial literacy piece as they go through.
Yeah, I have to congratulate and continue to encourage superintendents and boards and principals and to be creative in providing these opportunities. With a shrinking population of instructors, we have to figure out how to do this. You know, and we as a board need to be pretty flexible and open-minded to programs and accreditations and certifications and those things that are typically barriers at the local level to provide the programs.
Well, thank you. I totally agree. I appreciate your support. Sometimes those creativity and working with your community and making sure it provides great awareness to the students to know what's available in their own community and the possibilities to come back in.
And thank you for your leadership. You've done a good job in promoting that and helping schools provide those services that they need, you know, for the kids that they want. Not what we can only teach. Because I know when I was a principal in a small school, I couldn't do this. I didn't have the flexibility. You either had the credentials as a teacher and could give credit for that or nothing. You know, so that's kind of why I'm on a high horse about this.
Well, I think that.
So today it's different, but I'm not sure always that local districts know that they have that opportunity to be flexible, and that we as a department will, you know, support them and encourage them and give them all the things they need to make it happen.
Jim, you're right. There's several examples that have happened over the last several years that, you know, are much different than several years ago. I'll use one in La Harpe, Kansas, where smaller school districts have gone together. A farmer gave some of his land and said, I'll help build the building here on my land. And a lot of community colleges came together to offer everything from automotive to wind energy, and any kid could go there. We've been meeting for about the last year with the CAPS organization. Some of you know really well in Blue Valley, Andover. They are wanting to do, how do we do a rural model for smaller school districts can come together and offer something similar that what you see in more of the urban areas. So there's a great interest because you've hit the nail on the head. I don't have a construction teacher. How do I offer that pathway? Because I have 5 kids in the school that really want to go there, and I don't have any way to do that. And I think that's what we're all trying to figure out.
And I want to make sure we're encouraging those districts to collaborate together to provide those services, where one school may do carpentry and another do metalwork and, you know, another, you know, ag, and I don't want us as me as a board member or as a department to be a roadblock, but rather a guiding hand, to make these things happen.
Attica, Chaparral,
Oh, yeah,
and
been there, done that. They're doing great.
Medicine Lodge come together and bring their students interested in automotive and welding, and they are able to bring that instructor for the college credit and have that sequencing and articulation.
Pratt,
So
yeah.
that
That's a great model, and I've been there, and they're doing great stuff. But we need to encourage more people to be as creative and future-focused, to make it happen, really. Thank you.
Thank
For letting me rant.
One more. Did you want to go now, or do you want to wait?
Now, I think, because we always get big when we say 3,500 pathways, but we don't have 3,500 different pathways. We have, 36?
Right. 36 different types of pathways, but the total number of approved pathways in districts totals 3,500.
So, but we might have one pathway approved in 100 districts, right?
That's, yes.
So, all right, but that's one pathway in 100 districts, that gets you to 100, okay? But I mean, the variety that we have, and I think one of my favorite committees that I serve on is the Kansas Advisory Commission on Career and Tech Ed, because we are just about now back up to full speed with business people who are very interested in helping us identify the skills that kids really need in order to be successful once they get out of high school. And so if any of you have half the passion I do for career and tech ed, I encourage you to sign up for that committee next year. But some of the things that we have pathways that look like this for all these things and more. Animal science, bioscience. I know Olathe has a terrific pathway in biomedical. They send kids to national competitions every year. Business finance, business entrepreneurship, teaching, digital media, energy, engineering, fashion apparel. That's one that's making a comeback. Kids are really excited about, particularly over in Kansas City. Graphic design, health services, IT, marketing, energy, law enforcement, culinary and restaurant, web design. We have a huge variety of things for kids to explore, and like Natalie said, you don't get stuck on one road. You can check out the intro course, and if that's not for you, then zip on to something else that you really like. But I really love the passion that our schools have too for trying to introduce these things to kids. So, I mean, the worst thing that happen is you get to be a senior and you come out of high school going, well, I don't have a clue what's next. When, think of all the kids who've been before us from CTSOs who said, I love getting to learn about careers in high school. And so this is, I mean, the work that Natalie does and our advisory committee does is just amazing. So thank you for all that.
Thank you for clarifying. So there's 36 different options to apply for a pathway. So, and we have the clusters, which are the buildings, and then we have the different pathways that align with our labor market in Kansas. So 36 different pathways you have the opportunity to apply for. A total number of approved pathways, 3,577. So some may have one pathway, some may have 11 pathways. It just depends on the capability of the different schools. So hopefully that answered that. Let me get back to where. So talking about funding, technical courses do not receive state funding, but they're in an approved pathway. So that's the intro. The technical courses do receive state funding. Excel and CTE courses receive state funding as far as tuition, so they don't get both. They wouldn't get state funding for an approved CTE course and tuition free. They would get one or the other, but those can be mapped in the pathway. So I just wanted to clarify that piece. So there is the statute 725155 that provides career and technical education weighted funding for those approved pathways. So we review those to make sure they have the components and they receive that state funding for those technical and application level courses. Those Excel and CTE courses receive state funding also, but you cannot get both. And just an example, the districts on count day record the number of students in those career and technical education courses, And based on the CTE contact minutes calculator that fiscal auditing provides, if a student has a 45-minute class every day, you can see through rounding and the formula, that equates to about $538 in state funding, based upon the 24-25 base of $5,378. So in addition to formative and summative assessments that's part of the curriculum in each of the courses, the students have opportunities to earn certificates. So if they're getting dual credits, they could earn a certificate. They could earn a certification and industry recognized, or they could start or sometimes even complete an advanced degree. So they have the opportunity for those advanced courses. We're very fortunate in CTE. Much of the time, those are tuition-free or state-funded initiatives. We talked about Member McNeese prepared an effective program staff as part of the application that they provide to us, that they have that licensed teacher that has the teaching endorsement or technical certificate. We ask them to have 3-year goals. They meet with an advisory committee, business and industry, just like we do, so that they're up on emerging trends, equipment, and how the students might be able to apply their skills. We have a component of the application, what instructional strategies, what's your 3-year plan for making sure they're engaging, that they're project-based, that they're hands-on.
Now, just for clarity, these are folks that do not have a traditional college degree or must have a BS or whatever.
So the teachers are teaching it for every course in CTE. In the licensed personnel guide, it says, do you have a teaching endorsement? So for example, can you teach business, and it lists the courses 7 through 12, or do you have the technical endorsement that allows you to teach those courses? So you pull it up by pathway and course, and it tells you the teaching endorsement from the traditional 4-year or technical certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe one more. Danny? Were you trying to?
No.
No, okay,
I'm
sorry, your light's on, I
Sorry.
wasn't sure.
So I know many of you, we've gotten to listen to our career and technical student organization students, but I wanted to just take you inside of a classroom in Shawnee Mission, and it is in their health science pathway, and you'll see some of the application of academic skill and those employability skills, and the equipment that they can spend the state-funded portion of CTE on.
The purpose of the health science program is for students that are highly motivated, know that they would like to do something in healthcare, that are not quite sure. We can help them find their path.
It's the highlight of my day, every day I come here. It's a completely different environment, and you get to do things hands-on, and everybody's so comfortable here. And just like coming here from high school, it's kind of like a breath of fresh air.
Because of the terms and the application that our students have, they are definitely getting a leg up professionally. They're able to go into the industry as an asset.
Everything's stocked in here. Everything that a hospital or a nursing home would have, we have it here to be able to teach them how to use it correctly and safely. So by the time they graduate, they're very proficient in what they need to do.
The mannequins are able to be set up in an environment where they can actually replicate what real patients do. Our anatomage table is a virtual cadaver.
I come here every day and I learn something new, and I love learning. And it's so cool because I grow as a person, I grow my vocabulary, and I feel like I grow my courage to speak in front of people.
We'll have like one day out of like 2 weeks that he'll actually lecture at us, and then we're on our feet. We're treating patients, we're talking to each other, we're finding solutions. We're really more focused on like the why of things and like why things work. Why do we do this? How do we do this?
The shadow component of both the applied medical science as well as the clinical investigations allows students to go and work with our athletic trainers in the 5 high schools.
A lot of our students want to go on to nursing, and there are a lot of RN programs that are requiring CNA as a prereq to get in. So we are setting them up for success by certifying them as high school seniors they can actually go work and make nursing assistant money and still give them like a really good leg up to get into the nursing programs that they want to go on to from here.
I have been leaning towards something in surgery or cardiothoracics, but actually this class has made me kind of interested in sports medicine, which I never expected.
So I'm interested in pursuing cardiology, and I really wanted to get a head start before entering college.
You know, I've got some friends that are juniors, right, but they're gonna miss out on what I feel could be like another great year next year with the MedSci too, because I know I want to do that. And considering I can have a little bit of a jump start before graduating and such, I figured this would be the best option for me.
So that's just a sample and hearing from a student and some of the instructors in that district. So when we think about what is the state funding used for, to provide that lab setting and the hands-on experiences. Access and equity, something that we use some of the funds for, is to provide grants to some rural areas to make sure that students don't have barriers or a high number of students in CTE, to make sure that each student has the accommodations to be successful and learn about that pathway and see where in a work-based learning situation, or if they can articulate credit to extend the high-quality learning experiences beyond the traditional classroom. So going back to the facilities, equipment, technology is part of their application. They tell us about how they need to improve based upon their advisory committee for technology and materials and equipment, so that it replicates those emerging skills and those application of the academic skills. Business and community partnerships, we talked about how important that is. And to your point, Board Member McNeese, the partnership includes fellow teachers, so in your district or outside of your districts, parents, community organizations, our post-secondary partners, in addition to our business and industry. So how important it is, and in that portion of their plan, they're telling how they're partnering with each of those different stakeholders. This is an example of Skills USA. I know Board Member Hirschberger attended the Skills USA competition. Many business and industries are there. Many of them bring groups of 6 or 7. It's really interesting to talk to those business professionals. This happens to be a team building competition. So how they assess, do they work together as a team? Does one student do the majority of the work? But how important that is. But this particular teamwork events provide students applying geometric principles to design and implementing those building plans. So it allows them opportunity to apply in that real world life and work setting with that business and industry person there, watching how they're demonstrating the skills that they've learned. As far as career development, we talk about the individual plan and study and how important it is for students to explore through these CTE opportunities and have the student, the school staff, and the family be an integral part of that. So to depict that, I wanted to share, Christian is from Sublette. He was the president of FFA this year. And when this young man gave his farewell address to the FFA convening, his parents joined him on stage as well as his instructor. And when agriculture students choose to go into an SAE, a supervised agriculture experience, their parent are a part of that. They're required to sign the form saying, you know, we're a team. It is the student, it's the parent, and it's the teacher. And I thought how powerful it was when this student went up on stage. This was the year prior when he won the Agribusiness Recognition Award. But they bring the parents, the guardians, the family, and the teacher up to show it truly is a
My
partnership.
SAE is the Landscape Management Entrepreneurship SAE. It consists of my business, Elite Mowing, which we handle literally everything from basic lawn care all the way up to sprinkler irrigation systems and putting in hardscapes. So currently I have 35 yards that I do weekly. Those yards.
So I wanted to just show that, especially in SAE, that the parents in any of our work-based learning experience, if they're in the school setting, but applying those skills as a partner between the student, the parent, and the educator, and how powerful it is to have them recognized and brought up onto stage when they receive their awards as being an integral part of that. And so I'll play the rest of this and then I'll skip. Oops.
My 35 yards that I do weekly. Those yards can be anywhere from a small residential home all the way up to a 6-acre property, whether it's out in the country or it's for a city park job. I run all commercial equipment that consists of a stand-on mower and a zero-turn, and then I have 2 push mowers and all kinds of other little gadgets that I have to use throughout the week as well. My favorite part of my SAE is every week I like to drive around and make sure that everything is looking good for my customers. And one of the things that in our town is I take care of our city parks, and getting to see the kids running around and enjoying the parks or people in their lawns, it's humbling. It makes you feel good, like, hey, I help contribute to make that look nice, and that way they can enjoy it. My greatest challenge is getting people to take me seriously, and then also getting people to trust me as well. So that's been one of my biggest challenges, it's trust. And so building my company name and my image has been very hard. In the future, I'm going to attend Kansas State University. I'm going to major in agribusiness, and after that, I plan to start my own company, or I plan to go back home and take over our family business of construction and demolition.
So he went on to be president this year, and so some of the SAE has coursework in school, and then of course he runs his business outside of school, but with the partnership of his parents and his educator. Career and technical student organizations in Kansas, FFA is required if you have an agriculture pathway. The other 7 that are state recognized are strongly recommended, making sure those students have that leadership opportunity, community service opportunity, and those hands-on competitive events. Work-based learning, I
have a quick question.
Sure.
You said FFA is required if you have an agriculture pathway.
Yes.
So can you elaborate on that?
So that has been in place for many years.
Okay.
That was implemented and acted upon. So all of the student organizations are integral, a part of the coursework. But it had been done in the state, and it is the only one in the state. The others are strongly encouraged, and we have participation, but it's not a requirement for offering the pathway currently.
It's not a requirement for offering the pathway. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Strongly encouraged, or they have something in place to demonstrate. Many do, but FFA is required. And that was passed many years ago in a charter.
Thank you.
Work-based learning, having those experiences, career awareness, what's encouraged in elementary, exploration in middle school, and then the high school area that we're talking about in our CTE courses, whether the student has permission in partnership with their teacher and parent to have an internship, youth registered apprenticeship, a simulated experience within the school, entrepreneurship, or service learning. And again, career and technical student organizations can serve that purpose also. And the final step is data and program improvement. So when we review our clusters, we ask the Department of Labor to come and report on labor market in Kansas, what's high skill, in demand, high wage, or critical need, and provide that information. We also in CTE provide performance indicators. So students who take 2 credits and are 70% proficient in the competencies in our courses are called concentrators. We then look at their assessment scores, and we show academic proficiency in reading, academic proficiency in math, and academic proficiency in science, because a big part of CTE is that application of skill in the academics. We also look at their 4-year graduation rate, their post-program placement, and a quality piece we look at is how many students who are concentrators receive post-secondary credit earned in high school. So those are the data pieces that are instrumental and throughout CTE that we report so that parents and students can see those. We receive Perkins funding that enhances the state funding. So If there's new pathways that need to be implemented, the majority of the funds are the local formula funds and go directly back to the schools. We can also give reserve grants in certain areas to make sure that there aren't barriers for students to participate, but this is to enhance the state funding. And again, the majority, 85%, are local formula funds that go directly back to those eligible recipients. We can also give grants, reserve grants, 15% of the funds in statewide initiatives if there's something that, such as something that could be automation. It's expensive, but it's how important it is for students to understand coding and some of those pieces that allow them to apply their academics. So just to touch on that a little bit, districts can receive those enhanced Perkins Fund directly if they're able to receive $15,000 or more. I think something that goes along with what you said, Member McNeese, is if you're a smaller school, those schools put their money together. So what can we do to be mutually beneficial to our area if we put our money together? So they're all members of that consortium, and they make the decision on how do we need professional development in a certain area? Do we need equipment? Do we need to go to a conference to learn? So those are the two ways they're large enough, they receive a large enough allocation, they can have that directly, or they can come together. So that was a lot. I was asked to give a little bit about what our pathways look like, state funding, and the Perkins funding that enhances that. So we really appreciate the opportunity to come and share. We appreciate your support for the students and the teachers in Kansas.
I think there might be at least one question. Jim, I see your hand up again. And then Dennis.
Sorry. Thank you for your report. And I really do appreciate that at the end you talked about the teachers and the leaders that are making this happen, because even though they seem to have, quote, get money, funding, it's still a challenge to provide the quality instructional programs that we have in our state. And also to when you say, and I bring this out for the board, as soon as you say like a community business partnership, it takes hours to develop that. It just doesn't happen. People, once in a while you get somebody walk in and say, hey, I'd like to have a partnership. Yeah, what do you do? Because you can have a partnership with almost anyone. But it takes a lot of time and effort on these teachers in these small communities and big communities to go out and develop those partnerships and introduce people in the business world to their world in education, because there's a big gulf between the two. And we don't, as instructors, many times know exactly what's going on in the business world, and the business world, most of the time, has no idea what we're doing. But when you have a quality partnership in a community, the opportunity for students expands exponentially. You know, so I encourage our teachers and our business folks, you know, chambers of commerce or local businesses, to reach out. I know many have, you know, so it's not a matter that they're not. And when I go to a community that's got these partnerships, there's a vibe and a whole sense of energy that's different than one that doesn't. You know, so thank you for what you do in helping instructors learn about this and help them get their partnerships, but a broad invitation across our state for businesses to reach out to buildings, and also to our principals and superintendents to be open towards these community partnerships. I'm not so certain all the time we are, and that's not a matter that they're against them, but that hasn't been part of their background or training, or, you know, and well, they do it over there. We don't do that here. Well, we should do it everywhere. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Natalie. I just really enjoyed that fair at the Skills USA thing, watching those kids and work as teams. And I had an interesting conversation with the Morton building people that were there, and they sponsored some of that. And one of the stories that came out talking with the representatives there was a young man that they had picked up and out of high school and took him on as a summer job, I believe. I don't have all the details about this, but he ends up working with them and today, I don't know how old he is and how many years this involved, but he's managing 80 different people out on the job site and is a regional field guy for them, you know, and making good money. So it really does work out when someone finds somebody, you might say. And I had a little question about the certificates, and there's a cost involved. Would you mind just, someone that's in high school, they go through this, and then they may face a $70, $80, or even up to, what, $400 certificate cost?
Yes, so within the consent agenda, Senate Bill 123, that particular piece of legislation asks that for those industry-recognized credentials that business and industry say are in job postings and required for the job, if the student takes the assessment for that, the school districts will pay for that cost of the assessment if the families and students ask for that.
Yeah, that's important, because if that's the only thing stopping, you know, their progress, I'm glad that we're doing that, so.
And then a lot of those tiered technical funded courses, there's hundreds across the state. The students can take while they're in high school tuition free.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw how many kids are in CTSOs, but do you know how many kids are actually taking courses in a career pathway? Do we track that?
We have the enrollment numbers per pathway per course.
Do you know, like, total? Has it been going up, or?
Certain pathways have more than others. You know, health science is one that's really growing. Construction is one that, you know, has large numbers. But I could certainly bring that to you by cluster or by pathway.
We could put that in a Friday note for you, which would list all that out for you. You can see.
Because it's a bunch, and since they particularly started putting money into helping pay for the tests so kids could get the certificates and paying for the courses, it's really grown again. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Last question, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Natalie, do we know if the colleges in Kansas are, like, let's say you're going into a school of business, are they requiring at least one pathway to be accepted if they're going, like, into the school of business at Kansas, for example? Are they requiring that graduate going in there as a freshman have at least one pathway to be accepted into the university business school?
So in terms of partnerships, there's transfer courses that they've agreed on. One is marketing. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question exactly, but if a student takes marketing as a tiered technical funded tuition-free course, that course is a transfer course that no matter where they take it will be transferred to the 4-year. There's multiple courses, and I could certainly share those also.
And does the student know that up front when they're taking that class at their high school, that would transfer? Would they know that up front, taking that course?
That is part of the information that is encouraged as part of the student's right to know. Yes, the students and families being aware of. We've recently, Kathy Camarena, she's a new team member, has gone, it's called Tiered Technical Funding Resource, and I can provide that too. They could change every year based upon labor market, but it tells at the certain college what to search for to find those tuition-free and what areas they're in. And there's also a transfer course list that would go to the 4-year universities.
So if I'm a kid and I'm on a pathway or pipeline or whatever you want to use the word on that, and I've decided to go in this way, and then the labor market changes in Kansas, and now we're going in this direction because we need more people in this field. Is that what's directing these kids as far as what they're taking, or because it sounds like that you said labor market? It sounds like that's what's directing this is the labor market, and we need more teachers, or we need more people in the construction. I just want to make sure that that's not hindering kids, like they're really interested. They like this teacher, they like this class, are interested in it. Well, that's not going to qualify you for a pathway if you decide to go to University of Kansas and go into business.
No,
I just want to make sure that's not going to hinder.
It's not a requirement, no. And many of those courses are transferable within, as far as marketing. And as part of their application, they're required to present a program of study. The general education courses are also included in there along with the technical courses, so they know what would be expected of them so they could go ahead and start those advanced classes if they choose to in high school.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure, I just want to clarify that's not hindering a certain pathway of a kid just based off courses that they want to take in their high school.
Hopefully the transfer courses would help them so that they know that no matter where they went, that they would apply. But no, there's not a requirement that they have to do that prior to going in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we need to move on. We're now over time, and we have a lot of guests this morning, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 10:50.
A lot of donuts being eaten there after break. I'm not making any claim yet. You are being streamed live, just in case anyone's watching, Mr. Zach. There's certain words certainly have meaning, and there's little words like the word many, or a couple, or few. And as you get older, you tend not to ever use the word many years ago, because it has a connotation that can take you way, way back. And you like to say a few, but then sometimes that may mean just a year or 2 or 3, right? So I am going to use the word many years ago. When I was superintendent, our community in McPherson really wanted to do some things wrapped around children that help prepare them for the future, raising an academic level that was really high, and trying to also raise some levels in the community. They were very much around community support. And so we were in a No Child Left Behind era, and we were actually bucked that system. I'm not sure people on the state board were very enamored with me at the time, but we were trying to do what the citizens of McPherson wanted to do. And I found a kindred spirit a long distance away from McPherson, Kansas, that was doing very similar work on a very different community, Kansas City, Kansas. And Dr. Lane and I became good friends because she was trying to do very similar work in raising academic achievement and raising the ability for kids in KCK to go on and be prosperous as we were. And so we did that work together, and then you went ahead a few years, and the state board actually was saying, hey, we're going to go through a new process of really defining what is a successful graduate. And would the Kansas Association of School Superintendents put together that? And I reached out to her. I was actually chairing that at the time, and said, would you chair a committee that would do that work? And she did. So your definition today came from this lady. And I've just been so impressed with her work. So before we start talking about the FAFSA, which we will, I wanted to introduce her yesterday, and her schedule wouldn't allow. She has been on the Board of Regents, as you know, and is leaving that position to take a new position of Director of Literacy and working with you. So I want to introduce today and have her speak to you a little bit, Dr. Cindy Lane. And come on up. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Kindred spirits. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for your time. I want to take you back just briefly on a little journey. 2 years ago, your board leadership stood in front of the Board of Regents and asked for strong collaboration in a couple of areas. One was to expand opportunities for high school students to access post-secondary education. So I thought it was really timely that I got to hear Natalie update you on some of that work. The second was about literacy. And so my colleagues and I began grappling with what is the role of our universities in solving our challenge of ensuring that each child become proficient readers. So we called upon our deans from the universities, the Regent universities plus Washburn, and we asked them to bring us recommendations on what the Board of Regents should be doing to support the teacher workforce and to support your work in the area of literacy. They brought us 19 recommendations, one of which was about reframing our higher ed preparation programs for teachers around structured literacy. And the board began to think that is our job, is to ensure that we are producing a talent pipeline for you all so that your classrooms are filled with teachers who leave our universities who are highly skilled and knowledgeable in the area of literacy. So hence the blueprint was born as an opportunity to bring us all to the table, to work alongside your great efforts in literacy to ensure that Kansas teachers are all prepared in the area of literacy and that each child is reading at or above proficiency. That's our commitment. The blueprint is not a set program. It is a clearly marked pathway that will work alongside you, your team, Commissioner Watson's team. Look forward to working closely with Dr. Curtis. We work alongside of you to focus on teachers that are in our preparation programs, aspiring teachers, to ensure that they graduate with knowledge and skills that are applied, so superintendents can be assured they can walk into any classroom and begin to teach our children at high levels in the area of literacy. The other piece of that is to work side by side with you to create alternative pathways for our teachers to receive a micro-credential in the area of literacy. We applaud the work you're doing with your Letters Initiative. That is so important. It's big, it's bold, and we want to work side by side with you to ensure success in Kansas. So Kansas can actually lead the world in the success of all students, particularly in the area of literacy. So it's a new program, but if you know me well, it is a Ready, Fire, Aim, Let's Go Fast initiative. So the advisory committee is being formed, made up of appointed members, appointed by our policymakers, appointed by you all, and appointed by myself as the new director to focus on literacy. Our first meeting is at the end of the month. At the end of July, we will be having a retreat to establish some common language. In August, our universities are all implementing 2 courses that are applied learning courses, so we can take our theory into practice. So that happens in addition to student teaching. We will be bringing soon to you, I hope by September, optional pathway for a micro-credential in the area of structured literacy. So this is a new process, but we're coming to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We're going to move quickly, but in an informed way. So I just thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you for the support, and know that we are leveraging the power and resources of higher education to be part of the solution, working in strong collaboration with this body. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Be glad to answer 1 or 2 questions if you have time. Jim.
Surprised.
My friend and partner in literacy.
I had a question, but I think you just answered, but I want to say yesterday, we approved a program where anybody that is currently a teacher that teaches reading is going to have some sort of training. Without even knowing what it was, the micro-credential is on that list.
Thank you for that.
So when will that be available? I think you sort of answered that, but that was going to be my question had you not preempted it.
This, as early in the fall as possible. That's why we want to just be thinking about coming before you in September with significant details, but we have a plan. Our universities have been working on a micro-credential, and that's going to be quality, but until that stood up, we have some key partners at a national level that have been doing this work that I will be bringing forward to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We want to make sure that we remain lockstep toward the effort to make sure that every child has every opportunity to read. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to many more.
Thank you.
Deborah, let Betty know it's a whole different view from her seat than so it just is, you know, it's different when you're here too. Let me introduce the topic of FAFSA. As you know, last month you approved, finally, I say that because it started in, Jim, we started the concept in 2020, 2021, the task force started to meet on graduation, and that was finalized. But in that vote, you clearly said, and I think Dennis, you led that, said, but I want to revisit this and have a conversation about it. So it is a conversation. We'll actually at the end present, if you want options, we can present some of that. There's no vote today, but it started the discussion about, you know, what's the importance of FAFSA, what was trying to be accomplished at the time, is that still relevant today, and where you want to go. As Dr. Lane indicated on literacy, Dr. Blake Flanders and I try to work really close together on everything from articulation. You heard that when Natalie was talking about, if I take a course in high school, well, through Sterling College and dual credit, will that transfer to, that's really not a good example because it's a private college, but still the same concept. If I take a Cali County Community College course, will that transfer to Fort Hays State University? Or if I change my mind and decide to go to KU, will that transfer? They've worked really hard on a variety of issues. FAFSA is one of those, where we work really hard trying to break down barriers. We're really honored today, Dr. Flanders is here, but also the current vice chair of the Board of Regents and who will be the chair as of July 1, Carl Ice is here to speak to you today, and I will turn it over to Carl and Blake.
Good morning, everyone. We appreciate the chance to spend some time with you today. Always enjoy working with you all. You've heard collaboration be mentioned a couple of times. We think the relationship of our two bodies is incredibly important. You've heard many signs of that already today, and we're about to talk about one now. One of the manifestations of that is also that your leadership and our leadership meets periodically, and we think that's helpful for how we can work to advance things together, because in the end, that's all what we're trying to accomplish. And so when we met most recently, we decided that it would be helpful if the regents would come and talk about what we believed as we made our recommendation a couple of years ago, and you know what might that about that still be important that you hear. So that's why I'm here, and I'll answer any questions you have, but I also want to give you that overall context. So, and to do that, I'd like to set just a little. So the regents, not unlike you all, are here because we think education's important. That's why we agreed to be regents in the first place. So we start with a belief of that. We start with the belief of that about higher education as well. There are many signs around that we can see how that's true and helpful. That's true for individuals, and we could all think of people that lives are much different because of the education path they took. It's true for regions, for communities. It's true for our state. You know, the many things that happen for economic development in our state happen because of the involvement of higher education. So all those things reinforce our belief that it's important. So to make any progress, we think it's always important you have a strategic plan. So we have one. Now, I take no credit for this strategic plan. I was thrilled when I became a regent. It was in place. I think it's incredibly well done. So we have 3 pillars. We have helping Kansas families, supporting Kansas businesses, and advancing economic prosperity. So we think FAFSA deeply fits in that first pillar of helping Kansas families, that the things that help with Kansas families are affordability and access and student success. So to start to work on that, we set about doing some best practice work. We think that's another helpful thing in district strategic plans. Look around and see what other people do. So we engaged the National Institute of Student Success to come help us. One of the best practices they suggested was the use of FAFSA and FAFSA in our state. So our state's 39th in the completion of FAFSA in the nation. I don't know about you, but that doesn't feel great to me. And the reason it's important is for a couple of reasons. One reason it's important is because, again, that point about access is that filling it out, seeing what's possible, can help students know that they can participate. There's a chance to pursue a higher education, and it also helps as the vehicle to help grant some of that. And so it's the vehicle for grants. It's the vehicle for some institutions that give scholarships and the other forms of financial aid. So that's what led us to make our recommendation about it being a requirement, because we could see data, and again, in other states, where as their percentages increased, that then the college going rates increased. We've seen states that made it a requirement that as that happened, that it increased. So I know you all are well engaged in this topic. We were thrilled when you put the requirement in last year.
We know you're spending time on it. We know you spent time last month. We know this is the first read. You're going to read next month. So I'm not trying to tell you something you don't already know. I'm sure you all know this all deeply. But again, we thought it would be helpful for you to hear from us why we thought it was important that we took the steps we took to make the recommendation we made. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Dennis?
Well, thank you for being here, and it's helpful to get everybody's opinion. This was important to me because I just have this privacy issue, and families economically, whenever they start revealing things, who knows, what that does and where that goes. I just want to read to you email I got from one of my superintendents in my district, who I appreciate his forwardness and just being really honest with me. He made 3 points. Many schools have parents who are suspicious of providing the type of information to the government. They will refuse and have in many occasions, in my experience, at several stops I have made in education, and he lists 3 different districts he's been in. Number 2, this is being pushed by KBOR. It is not our job to be a recruiting ground for them. Number 3, I was recently in a meeting where a college representative showed a website they use that catalogs which high schools participate in assisting students in completing the FAFSA. It showed that none of the schools in the so-called county he works participated, which is incorrect. We at our county at our school district host a FAFSA day, and not only encourage but provide assistance to families in completing the form. In fact, we received recognition through FAFSA's FAFSA Day Recognition Program for having increased the number of students who completed it. That said, their website indicates we don't participate, which begs the question, how would this be tracked then if the KBOR source site is incorrect? So I get the sense that there's not a lot of really support or interest at the local level, and that some people are confused about why this is being done, and including administrators. So I'm just simply from the issue of privacy, and that there may be this sense of we're being forced to do something we shouldn't be doing, or we don't want to do, that this is not a good idea to use this kind of as a incentive to create like maybe an illusion that you're not capable of graduating or something unless you have this process. And I just feel really strongly that this should not be, obviously it's something that will be helpful to some parents, some families, but I just don't think that, I just agree with what he's saying here, that this should be something totally voluntary, and that if there's information that can be given, that's enough. There shouldn't be any kind of requirement that would stop a graduation, a diploma from being given to a senior.
Okay, do you want me to respond to any of that?
Sure, certainly.
Well, so first, privacy is important. We wouldn't even accidentally try to suggest it's not. We believe that there's specific data that would be developed and shared, but you all have a responsibility to make sure you're comfortable with the privacy. So I'm not going to tell you that's not important. Usually there's ways to work on things, but you all will do what's right on that. And in general, I didn't come here to tell you how you should think about any of this particularly. I was trying to give you the background for us. So again, for us, this isn't a recruiting tool for us. And I do think there is an importance of recognizing that everything we can do, the two of our groups work together, so we blur the line for students that are interested in higher education, have a chance to do that. And so us participating to make those things happen with you all, and you all helping to prepare students for what's right for them, I think is your job, but I think we do have a role in that. And I think that's why things like you heard about whatever we call it, the first 15, the concurrent credits, whatever those things should be. And that's really our purpose, is to try to help more people have availability on all of that. In terms of in terms of pushing this, I mean, again, it's your all's to decide. We aren't going to decide this. You decide it. We have an active role with the high schools trying to be helpful to make it be clear and available. We had some progress. We've now slipped on that. So again, our completion is pretty low, so we think things we can do with help with that are important, which is the basis of this. If you'd have been at the Regent meeting that we voted on this, we had some of the same discussions you're just talking about at our meeting, and decided that the benefits, in our perspective, the benefits outweighed those concerns. But you all make your own balancing of that.
Okay, well, I just think this is something that really is a privacy. I mean, when I just look at how the requirements are put together academically, everything there other than this I see as important. And I think this is just more of a freedom or privacy issue that we need to be striking from the requirements. I know this is suggestive, but anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your
presenting
comments.
to us.
Dennis, I want to make sure that everyone understands how, so we've talked about KBOR's role, and that when the task force was meeting, Jim will remember this, so we had a variety of proposals, like courses to add and delete, and when we gave we surveyed the superintendents on every one of those. Overwhelmingly, the superintendents were in support, not 100%, but they were in support. And they were in support for two reasons. They were fearful that some students were not filling it out that would qualify for free aid. And two, it allowed any student, family, or school to opt out anyone that didn't want to participate. So I just wanted, that's the history of it, of why it came about. Just wanted you to know, everyone to know that wasn't here at the time that was put together.
Thanks for the addition, which is what
If I could add to that, we had quite a number of discussions over time with the graduation committee, task force. And I don't remember anyone during those times being adamantly opposed to this. There was some concerns, but generally it was the feeling as we were ending the task force, this was the last one we worked on, that this was going to help students by actually placing a burden upon schools. It was too easy to let kids go through the junior and senior year, especially low income, not typical families who go to college. And we don't have enough guidance counselors, and we don't have enough people to really help everybody at all times when they need it. And by doing this, we were putting the burden of at least being presented with the FAFSA on the school. Graduation requirements are, quite frankly, a burden on the school. Okay, they have to do this. And that was the approach we were taking. We also took the approach that, if somebody didn't want to do it, this would not be the execution of them. They're not going to graduate. This was, I called it a softball requirement, but it wasn't so much, quite frankly, in our minds as a task force, that it was a burden on the parents or the student as much as it was on the school to make sure that students had multiple opportunities to complete the FAFSA. If you don't complete the FAFSA, you basically have shut yourself off from any financial aid. And I have to tell you, as an administrator and a teacher and a coach over the years, how many kids came to me in July and wanted to go to school, and they never did anything with the FAFSA. And they were just totally out of the game. So from my experiences, and those experiences similar by the board, the committee members that we were working with, we thought this would be a way to have schools be more aggressive about getting kids to sign up for the FAFSA, so they would have that opportunity or that choice in August when when classes started for colleges. And this was for the benefit of, I guess, putting pressure, as I said, even at that time, on the parents and on the school, on the counselors, to make sure kids had every opportunity. I saw kids that, quite frankly, you know, regrettably, guidance counselors usually have a number of about 1 to 800 to service. And smaller schools, they might have a 0.5 to 90. You know, they're overwhelmed. And this prioritized their duties and responsibilities to seniors. So every senior was going to have a little checkbox there and say, did they get the FAFSA information? Did the family fill it out? If not, why not? And if they chose not to, we said, even when we presented, when I was standing there, you know, if they don't, this isn't 4 years of language arts. This is, you know, this is a burden to be placed on the school more than the students. Yeah, there were always the issues of privacy and the issues of choice, you know, are there, and we respected those. You know, but I saw more kids that missed out on opportunities over the years because they just never got it done. And really, if you've never dealt with seniors, if you haven't had a senior in your own family, and think of it as, you know, whether I was in Udall, Kansas with, you know, 61 kids going to graduate, or at Northwest High School with almost 2,000, you know, you don't get those services all the time. And it was just heartbreaking to see a student who woke up in late July and didn't have that filled out and didn't have an opportunity for financial aid, which kept them from going to college. You know, that was the intent. Okay, now, you may say, well, this is some effort on our part to get information and then sell it to somebody. I don't live in that fantasy world. This is professionals who are doing it for the right reason, for the right person at the right time. And that right time is when they're making a decision.
So, if I may, so since you said that, I guess I feel compelled to say more about privacy. Again, I said what I said because we don't want to be dismissive of that, but I do want to say we do have students that fill out FAFSA today. They fill it out for all of our institutions. I don't think they have a risk associated with that. And I think we have to be careful about not accidentally creating another barrier that we've somehow implied, gosh, if you give this information to somebody, it may be misused. So I would just please implore you, whatever you decide, don't do that. Because it is a vehicle for at least some, if not all students, to find out what aid they can get and maybe show them what they can accomplish in their life and how they reach their own unique potential.
I want to quickly back up what you said, and then I'm going to go to what I think may be the one question we have for you, which is when I stood in front of a group of superintendents, principals, some teachers in Wichita about a year ago now. The conversation around the FAFSA initially was, wait, why do we have to do this as part of a graduation requirement, and shifted very quickly when the room understood that by filling out the FAFSA, that gives a lot of students opportunities for scholarships. A lot of families don't know what kind of aid they qualify for, and so it really does open a lot of doors. But hearing a lot of scholarships require that you fill out the FAFSA. So you, as a student, you may have applied for a scholarship, you find out that you're going to receive the scholarship, and then they come back and say, oh, you need to fill out the FAFSA too, because that's part of their process. So I think that was kind of an eye-opener for some of those administrators. It looks like we have a question from Michelle, and I'm going to try to kind of move us along because we've got the Teacher of the Year team here, and we still have more speakers on this topic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do we know how many, are there, Dr. Weston, are there some certain districts that have opted out of this as far as a graduation requirement? There are some that chose not to. There's still, it's accessible to the students. They're not preventing anybody from filling it out, but they're opting out of, as a local control, not doing that.
So the current graduation requirement, if you don't alter it, is a student decision, not a school decision. Student can opt out.
So is that
The family can opt out.
campaigned as much as it is being offered? Are we offering that and telling parents up front just as much as we're saying, we're gonna offer this as a, we hope you'll fill out the FAFSA form, but also, hey, by the way, it's an opt-out. Are we allowing that to happen to the parents and the student that would be filling out?
You just passed it last month, and the incoming freshman class would be the first class affected by this. So there's been no discussions with any of those kids affected, Michelle, yet, because they haven't entered high school yet. It would be our hope that those discussions would take place, that any student who's of age, any parent whose student isn't of age, or the school could opt out a student on a student-by-student basis if that school didn't feel it was applicable. That's what's currently in those regulations that would go into effect this fall if not altered. I hope I answered your question. So it would, and those freshmen would not even have this discussion until they get to be in their junior, senior year. So you still are a ways from it being implemented.
But they're being told up front, like when that's offered, the FAFSA form, that you do, right then and there, they're told you do not have to fill this out. I mean, that's being offered it's being pushed the same way the other is being pushed as far as an opt-out. They're told right away that they do not have to fill that out.
Well, I can't speak to what they've done because I don't think anyone's done it yet. That would be what is currently in regulation.
Okay.
But I can't give you, oh, this is happening or not happening, because none of it's happening yet.
Okay.
But I would jump in here and say, typically it's the guidance counselors who present this, and they're pretty diligent about doing the right thing. And if they're going to, as every freshman group is coming in fact, many have already gone through it, they're told right up front, these are the graduation requirements. And here's the options you have, because there are multiple options in the graduation requirements. They're not just one path. There's multiple ways to do it in terms of what classes to take and what programs to be part of. So, I would expect every incoming ninth grader this year to have been part of some group or activity or individual conversation that this is what you have to do to graduate, not just for the student, but for the parents, as they start the school year. I don't care if you're in the largest school district or the smallest. We have to, one of the things we always do is tell them right up front, here's what you need in 4 years to graduate. 80% of these kids do more than what the minimum is, but everybody gets the minimum graduation.
Okay, we got to keep moving. Mr. Gordon, I understand that you and perhaps Dr. Proctor have something that you can share with the board as well.
Thank you for having me
Thank you
today.
very much.
Appreciate the time, appreciate it. We look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning again.
Good morning again.
So last month, when I was listening to your vote on passing the graduation minimum requirements, what I heard was that you wanted us to come back with a way of removing the FAFSA graduation requirement. And you wanted that done as soon as possible, and I heard that as a condition of you passing it last month. Here is the current regulation, that this is what you voted on and approved in May. This has not been published yet, but it will be, and we anticipate it'll be published by July 15th, which means it'll be in place before August 1st. So we're only talking about students that start high school this fall. So if no changes are made, this is what the requirements are going to be, and I know you've read this a dozen times. And when I was trying to figure out how to fix this in a way consistent with your desire, this is what we came up with. Just delete it. Took a lot of work to get there.
Did you didn't bill us time for that, did you?
No. And we got there in less than 13 pages. So it's better than other things I've given to you this month. So it would just strike all of this language, and that would be it. That is what, and then this is a receive item this month. We will bring it back next month, I believe, unless you tell us not to. That it will be a opportunity to vote on this next month to, again, start the formal adoption process. Now, I will share with you, potentially this part of the regulation will need to be changed as well. Because as written, if this part does not change, let's say, unfortunately, we don't get that deletion done prior to August 1. We're not going to get that deletion done prior to August 1. It's not going to happen. Let's say by Christmas, we get that deletion completed. That means potentially there's at least one senior class throughout the state of Kansas that would be under the FAFSA rule. So we will be modifying, and I don't have exact language for you on this yet. I apologize. Hopefully next month. I'm just letting you know that I may well bring you language next month which will strike this language as well. My goal is that it would affect all students immediately, right? That was my understanding. That's what you want to have happen. So yeah, that's what I'm bringing to you as far as proposed reg changes. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. And then I believe Dr. Proctor has another potential change or a potential solution. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any. So
I don't see any questions right now, and I potentially have one, but I will wait until Dr. Proctor is finished.
Okay, and then if you're ready, I'll advance to the next one. Yeah, there's the deletion, by the way, that that may just, we may strike that entire language. It's going to take some tweaking. So anyway, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to present the board with a potential mechanism that could accomplish some of the goals I think that you may have related to FAFSA, and it would apply to our accreditation system, specifically in compliance, and could look a variety of ways. This is one thought on how we could mobilize that as an assurance within a compliance area within KISA. There's an explanation on that second bullet that really just describes the responsibility of most likely the superintendent to ensure that families and students are provided the information and potential benefit that that application provides to them. And we would be able, as a State Department of Ed, working with K-Board, be able to provide those resources to the school system to ensure that they're provided with the information they need to then pass on to their students and families. And again, could be a sign-off within that compliance component of the accreditation model. So just wanted to present an idea on how you could consider some type of requirement so that the information is passed on to the people that need it.
Thank you.
Before you go to questions, I want to just make sure I appreciate what Scott and Ben brought you. But we never took a vote on this part. We took a vote to do the regulation, have this conversation. I don't know where the majority of you are. So I don't know if the majority of you want to go down this road or don't want to go down this road. So please understand that you may vote to keep it. And I want that to make sure that that is an option on the table. Or they brought you some options if you decide you don't want to keep it. But that was never voted on last time, so we didn't know. We just wanted to start the discussion.
Jim Porter. And we're running out of time quickly.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. The FAFSA benefits kids, a lot of kids would not, especially first generation kids that are not experienced. I don't really care whether we keep it or not, but I do care that we make sure that everybody has the opportunity and knows about it. So I can live with keeping the requirements the way it is or not, but I can't live with us not doing something to make sure that every kid that has the opportunity that would benefit from it at least has the opportunity to do that. So I think that's critically important. The requirement to me is a distraction. The fact that kids need and families need that is critical.
Kathy.
And I completely agree. I just don't like it in the requirements for a diploma for graduation. Dr. Proctor, when so you say as compliance, so one of those 14 compliances we have right now in KISA, this could become one
It
of
could be
those.
situated as one of those areas.
And in that process, I guess I'm thinking a little more than a check a box would be possibly getting information from the schools. What are you doing to make sure that information's being put out there? You know, we heard from one that's doing a FAFSA day. Obviously, that's a big deal. So, you know, making sure that there are good things, not just, okay, I check that box, on we go, which can happen either way, honestly. But, you know, asking, what are you doing? What can we help you do? You know, I love that you're talking about offering information, making sure they have materials, information, what have you. I know Student Aid themselves sends out emails to senior parents. Obviously, they've already gotten quite a bit of information to know who to market to. So, you know, but I guess I'm looking for maybe a little more than a check the box, but maybe some kind of assurance that they're truly doing something.
Sure. And I think the advantage of our accreditation model allows us to have conversation in a widespread way across the state about just good practices, because I think there are a lot of systems that are doing a fantastic job of getting that information out.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. I just want to say, I worked on the graduation requirements task force, have been in the meetings with KBOR. I agree with everything that Jim said. I think that this is a very important slide. Making sure that that information gets in front of students and parents is critical. And so thank you, Board of Regents, for being here and for being part of this conversation. Happy to have you back when we continue it next month if you like. But thank you both for your time. You wouldn't miss it. All right. Good. Thank you. We are going to move on to the Teacher of the Year team, Denise Kaler. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go really slow so we can have a little transition time here. We're going to get a PowerPoint pulled up. So you all were here when the K-Toy team started their journey last year. They came in January and presented to you on the topics that they were going to present to the legislature on. So today, they've now been together for 9 months. Does that sound about right? About 9 months now. And so they are going to share with you today the experiences that they've had over those past 9 months. I'm assuming they're going to share too maybe some of the things they've learned, including some of the things they've learned about themselves. And unfortunately, we have half our team that is missing today. Trying to coordinate schedules has just been really crazy, but we're so thankful for who we have. Now, I'm going to let you all introduce yourself, and I figure you probably want to introduce the team members who aren't here. Absolutely. I'm going to turn it over to Taylor Bussinger, our Teacher of the Year.
Morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good. So this is our Kansas Teacher of the Year team, but really we call ourselves a family. My name is Taylor Bussinger. I teach in Olathe, USD 233 at Prairie Trail Middle School. And we have had an absolute privilege of serving on this Kansas Teacher of the Year team and family together. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce our teammates that are here, or have them introduce themselves, and then we'll get forward.
Hi, I'm Michelle Tapco. I'm from Shawnee Mission, USD 512.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Lila Cruz, and I teach math at Topeka Public Schools.
And I'm Fonda Telhorst. I teach in the Piper School District, USD 203.
I'm pretty biased, but we're a pretty tight-knit group, and so we're used to actually having everybody here. We're missing Aaron Pittenger from Rock Creek, Joanna Farmer from Wichita, Gretchen Elliott from Smoky Valley, and then Melissa Haney from Goddard. And so these are kind of our stats and what we've done this entire year. We've had 20 college visits where we got to talk to pre-service teachers. Collectively, we had 10 team conferences, or what I call other events. And then we had 8 district visits. So a total of 38 total events that we were all at together. And so we've had a chance to bond and really serve on this team together. It's been quite the ride. this all started, we met in Emporia, Kansas, because it's a meeting ground for all of us. It's kind of a central location. And we were deciding, what do we want this year to look like? Aaron Pittenger from Rock Creek brought up this idea of joy in education and bring our authentic joy to the classroom. We really latched onto that idea. And so we were sitting in the Commons at Emporia State University, and we just started talking to students that are going to be teachers. We said, what do you want to hear? And they love this idea of joy. And this amazing student named Jillian Dreher, who just signed a contract with Baser Linwood Schools, said, well, how do you make that joy contagious? And so we all, as teachers, we latch on to student voice, and we just love that. And so we let this carry our presentations and what our message was going to be this year. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Shariel.
Yes, so we all know, and I hope we all agree, that joy is an essential ingredient for a fulfilling career in education. Oh, yes, I'm seeing a lot of nods. Thank you. When we find joy in our work, we become more effective teachers, and we create a more positive learning environment for our students. So our Kansas Teacher of the Year journey has provided us opportunities to share our joy and at the same time foster joy in our future Kansas teachers. So what Taylor had mentioned, that we presented at 20 different colleges and universities, and our presentation was about find your joy. We talked about finding joy in our own passion and how we are, finding joy in authenticity, and that the best thing that we can bring into our classroom is ourselves. We talked about different ways to transform our classroom through choice-based learning, as well as intentionality. That was a big word that we shared with our audience, and how we can intentionally embed different content areas like music, embedding math and science into our music classroom. But then we also talked about the joy in literacy. That's one of our four fundamentals, just throwing it out there. And so how we can use the literacy to express ourselves, as well as finding that identity and purpose, right? But then the second part of our presentation is very important, which is the joy in relationship. We shared some ideas on how we build positive relationships in our classroom with our students and among students, as well as how that relationship really allowed a program from 11 students to almost 600 students now, right? But then also, how can we then expand that to the community? And that is serving the community, whether it's intentionally going out there volunteering to serve the community, or intentionally embedding community service into our content. So that's instilling service in the hearts of our students so that we can exponentially, I have to insert some math words in there, exponentially change the world and make a difference, right, in our students. But I know it was a lot. We just didn't stand there and talk the entire 90 minutes, 60 minutes, or a half day. It was very interactive right off the bat. They came in, they played poker. No, just kidding. They got cards, and they used those cards to group students and also use that as a part of the conversation. We did some predict, observe, demonstration, or music concepts. They even wrote poems and songs. Look at that young man. We also made a mess, and so we did some like snowball fight. And so if universities and colleges do not invite us anymore, we can take the blame. No, just kidding. We intentionally did that, and we cleaned up, I promise. We also recycle them. We had a human circuit that talks about building that relationship, being one, and how each student matters. Of course, whiteboards and flip charts is there for collaborative conversation. We also emphasized how you can make a difference in just 2-3 minutes. So because one of our message is serving the community and serving our school, then we created some like dog toys that we then, or the students did that, and that we then like gave to the community. And that one, I'm not sure what we told them to do that made them do that. No, we talked about how we are stronger together, right? How we are stronger together. And yes, in other words, we felt that joy, and there's a special kind of joy in witnessing the spark of inspiration ignite in the minds of our future Kansas teachers. Our hope is to give joy and share our joy and inspire them but in return, we were more inspired by their passion, their energy, their enthusiasm about Kansas education. So that was very inspiring. And because we are very thankful, our dear friend Erin actually created some like art and gave it, so every college received a gift from us. And so I thought that was a very nice touch, additional touch in our presentation. So we presented, but then at the same time during our journey, we also learned a lot of things, you know, through professional development. It started with, of course, our very first professional development of of the year, which was the leadership conference. That was very memorable. I mean, like, look at that picture. Who can forget that, right? We went to capturing kids' hearts, as well as we learned from our amazing school leaders and district leaders about celebrations and strengths in their district, but then at the same time, some areas of concerns that we have to be mindful about, and of course, the Keene Conference. So a lot of things that we learned, but we think that the best professional learning and professional development was our district visits.
That one, okay. Hi, so I really kind of fought to get to do this section because I feel like the district visits for me personally were where I really connected with the team and I really learned more about our state. I grew up in my little place in Lenexa, Kansas, and I went to Shawnee Mission schools and I taught in Blue Valley for 3 years, and then I stayed home for 11. And I've been in Shawnee Mission again for 20. So that's my bubble. Like, I don't know anything else about the schools in Kansas. And I feel like going to everybody's district was really meaningful to understand that it's not just about my district and it's not just about my experience, it's about everyone's. And so we started, which was really fun, in Wichita, another big district, well, bigger than us, actually bigger than Shawnee Mission. And so I thought, oh, they're going to be like us. Not at all. Joanna Farmer, her agricultural program talk about a big district thinking outside of the box. I can't even imagine who just sat around and said, I think in Wichita we'll do agriculture. That doesn't even make sense to me. But her program is thriving. And the great thing about her program is it meets the needs of students who maybe wouldn't have ever had their needs met. A little marginalized maybe. Kids, everybody belongs in her classroom, and you could sense it from everything that we went through. And so that was really fun. Then we went to Topeka with Cheriel, and another bigger district. So I thought, okay, this one's going to be like my district. And it wasn't. They're doing a lot of the same things that we do in Shawnee Mission, but at the same time, they're TCALC. TCALC, their College Prep Academy was doing something that was really unique and special, and I loved that they were starting with middle schoolers, because when you capture them little, then their trajectory just, it has a better chance of staying on the positive track where they want to be. And then everything changed. We went to Smoky Valley, which is teeny tiny, and it was charming and it was wonderful. And the community there, the little dollar horses and the pride in their heritage, just shone through everything. And every kid we encountered, they did band. They sang to us in the choir. They played an instrument. They were the people who were in the Dala dancing group. I mean, it was just amazing to see those kids are having an experience where they have the opportunity to do it all. And then I got to thinking about, wow, that's something that really misses from the big districts, and how can you provide that? And so it just provided a lot of thought for that. So going from that, we went to Rock Creek, which is a little bigger it's bigger. And they were completely like all about everything we did in Rock Creek, you could tell was kid focused, kid focused, kid focused. And it was funny because I thought it was going to be like Smoky Valley, and it wasn't. It was a step up in the number of students, but the experiences were the same. Same kids who were doing all the things that we went through. They were our leaders. They were the ones who were in the play that we got to be a part of or watch for them. So seeing that connectedness again kind of cemented that. Then we went to my district, which, like I said, I literally grew up first grade through high school. And so the picture that we have there is, so my little Schmeasel, if anybody's ever been there, Shawnee Mission Educational Science Lab, is like I was a kid and went to Smeasel in 3rd grade, and they still go to Smeasel in 3rd grade. And so I mean, it's silly, but it was a fun tradition. But then I got to see when the district was planning it with us, they were like, how about we go to the career in tech? And I'm like, I know we have Project Blue and Project Eagle, but I didn't know where it was. It's totally tucked behind one of our middle schools. Never even knew the building was there. So then I got thinking about, I need to know my own district better. Like, I know these things are there, but it was great to get to see the logistics. Ran into 2 of my former students who I didn't even realize were in the program. So it was very, very cool. And then we went to Goddard, and we literally had our hearts captured. They do Capturing Kids' Hearts. And it was an amazing feel. You could feel the just complete team of it all. They were all in it, all their heart for kids, and every building we walked into was just very, it just felt loving. Like it felt like, hey, I want to hang out here. This is a pretty cool place. Which I will side note, our building is actually going to be a Capturing Kids' Heart building next year. Our principal went to the conference with me, and we are going to actually take that on and try to put that in place next year. So we're very excited about that. Then we ended up in Olathe, which I thought, surely Olathe is like us because they're right next door and we have about the same population. But it wasn't. Like, even down to the culinary arts, Olathe focuses on the fine dining. We focus on just like, regular dining, I guess you'd call it. I'm not sure. But it was all good. It was all good. And they had the fire and the police academy, and it was neat to see how we're doing the same things, but we're doing them differently and still all meeting the needs. I mean, we're still all meeting the needs of kids wherever they are. And then we ended in Piper, which was very fun because we got to see if you have the new Piper High School, it's worth a drive out there. I'm going to tell you, we got to wear hard hats and everything to go into that. But the biggest thing about all of it, and the cool thing is we got to see the capstone presentations for their seniors, and I am telling you, that was probably one of the highlights of the entire year, was watching those seniors. And consequently, I was at the Shawnee Mission North graduation to see a bunch of my kids graduate, and this girl walks up to me and she goes, "You watched my capstone." And I'm like, I did watch your capstone. Happens to be dating one of my former students. And it's like everything we did, the connections whenever we went to a district, somebody knew somebody who knew somebody, and there were connections made. And I just found that education is really a family and really connected. Like, we are all connected to each other in either the very close-knit ways or in the twice removed, but the connections are strong, and they can foster a future for our kids and for us as educators, I think, that can really make a difference for Kansas. And I think we're doing that, and I think that's what the team saw. So I don't know. I hope I captured it. But the district visits were just amazing for me, because what I found out was we are all loving kids well, differently, and it's all good, and we can learn from each other, no matter big or small. So, and with that, Fonda, take it away.
Well, again, I'm Fonda Telsource from Piper, and it all began with building our family. We know as teachers that we have to build relationships with our students, but we don't always have enough time to build our relationships among the teachers as well as with our decision makers. And as we traveled the state, our family became very big. But where it started was 8 of us got together. We didn't know each other. I have to be honest, I had never heard of Smoky Valley or Rock Creek. Didn't know where they were. And I'm sure some of them had never heard of Piper. And I put this quote up here because we each brought something different to the family. And alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. And so the journey began, laying that foundation of building relationships. We experienced all of the same things, but we all took a little something different from that as we built our family. Our college visits and universities, our school visits, even the zoo. We had a great time at the zoo. We got to pet a sloth. Our leadership conferences and Keene Conference and the Kansas Leads Conference that we capped the year off with. One of our favorite activities, I think I can speak for the team, was the opportunity at St. Mary's University, or the University of St. Mary's, where we were able to sit with student teachers and problem solve. That was so meaningful. And we brought them into the family, where we shared ideas and answered questions and helped them solve problems. And our fearless leaders, thank you, Tamla, you are part of our family. But one of my favorite activities was the informal time that we had together, the dining and conversation. You know, a lot of conversation happen around meals. That's what we do in America. But we added to our family everywhere we went. These are some of our pictures from our photo album. Let's see, the speaker at the King Conference, was he from Iowa, team? Oh, Missouri, so sorry. Missouri Teacher of the Year, amazing message. We felt like we enveloped him in our family also. Now, selfishly, there's a picture of one girl there. I had to put her in there because when we were in the University of St. Mary's, I was so impressed by her love of teaching and her just joy and passion of going into the classroom. I said, hey, have you applied at Piper? And she said, actually, I have. So the next day I ran in and told my principal, I said, you have to listen to this girl. She would make a perfect member of our team. I'm proud to say she's going to be one of our first grade teachers. But it was so neat to meet her. Let's see, one of the other pictures we have there at the bottom is from the 23 team. They immediately welcomed us, and we look forward to welcoming the 25 team. And we were able to travel with one of the district teams when we were at Rock Creek. And I want to also thank Mr. Zeck. Thank you for coming on that visit with us. That was great to get to know you a little bit and to have a chance and an opportunity to listen to you. And I felt like you listened to me. Thank you for that. This quote hit me square in the middle of the eyes this week as I was thinking about talking to you about family. Because first and foremost, it takes an opportunity to listen to one another intentionally, to listen to understand. We as teachers, our team of teacher family, we are implementing what our decision makers tell us to do. But if we don't take time to listen with the intent to understand, too many times I think in our society, and our schools are a reflection of our society, we tend to listen with the intent to reply instead of with the intent to understand. So as a reflection of how our family came together and how we built that trust, these are the lessons that I took away personally. As Denise, when she introduced us, she said that we were going to talk about how we grew professionally, but I think more importantly, how we grew personally that we can take into our profession. And what I learned is that I have to be more intentional in listening to learn and understand. And when we built that trust amongst our team, we laughed, we cried, we had challenges that we had to overcome, but we respected each other, and we encouraged each other, and we pushed each other out of our comfort zones to grow. And when you build those authentic relationships, I'm sorry that came off of the screen there, but the result is trust. When our kids can only learn if they trust us. We can only implement new initiatives and programs and policy if we trust our decision makers. Same thing with across the street. So, with that said, we are all one big happy family with the goal of reaching our students and impacting our families and our community and our society. And Taylor's going to tell us about his joy in the energy of education, because we are passionate about what we do.
Everyone again, screen looks a little funky, but that's all right, we'll move forward here. Jim, I'm sorry, you do have to sit through another one of this whole spiel. He gives me trouble, he hears some of the same things, but I'm gonna invite you all into a little activity with me, if you would. See if you can formulate an idea in your mind to these questions. Name the last 5 Nobel Peace Prize winners. Got them? Name the last 5 individuals to make it on the cover of Time Magazine Person of the Year. Name the last 5 Super Bowl MVPs. Got them? Easy, right? We all know this. Change the question just briefly. Name 5 people who inspire you. Name 5 people who make you feel like you matter. Name 5 people who challenge you or cultivate your curiosity in a certain subject. I'm seeing some head nods. Pretty much easier to answer, yes? And more important, and I love that you said that. It's not the most famous or glamorous that make the headlines of our minds and our hearts. It's those who care and connect intellect with impact. I'd also be willing to bet that some of you, if not all of you, thought of a teacher for one of those 3 questions. That's the power of education. I may be a little biased, but this is the most important and the best job that there is, and it is a calling. This entire year was about bringing joy to education. It was about bringing our authentic selves and who we are, and bringing energy for education, because Lord knows we need that. To bring authenticity, to bring enthusiasm and energy for what we do, because we're all here for young people. We still have some time as the Kansas Teacher of the Year team, but it has been one of the best learning experiences of my life, and one of the biggest blessings, I think, for all of us to serve on this family. I've learned much about myself professionally and personally, as I think we all have. And while our education system continues to be ever-changing, because our society is, the one thing that will always remain is that people need other people. Educators are the ones that invest in our young people. Getting to travel this state has increased my Kansas pride tremendously, but I've also learned that our Kansas schools are thriving. Our young people are curious, they're enthusiastic, and they are reaching for the stars, and they will change the world because they have amazing teachers that support them. They have amazing educators. It's because of my friends and the 40,000 other teachers in our state that thousands of Kansas kids feel heard and know that they matter. When our schools are lifted as pillars in our community, Kansas communities thrive. It's up to us decision makers and leaders to continue to center our student voices by continuing to support our educators who uplift them. And I know that there is hope in the passion of education. We have the power to say something or do something in one day, in one moment in time, that can change the trajectory of someone's entire life. That is the power of educators. And so it has been an absolute blessing to bring our authentic energy and excitement to what we do, because we know what we do matters. And like Fonda said, we're all together in this because it is all about our young people. We wanted to leave you all with the words of our future teachers. We asked them at every presentation we did, what do young people need? This is a word cloud to show you what they think they need. These are what our future teachers say young people need. Notice the things that stick out: support, encouragement, confidence, compassion. This is what they said. And then we ended every presentation with a promise. To my future students, I promise to make my joy contagious by. This is what our future teachers in Kansas say they are promising to young people. And I just want to point out the bottom right. Never give up on them. If we collectively decide to never give up on young people and never give up on our educators, our Kansas schools will continue to thrive just as they are. Thank you all.
We're right up against lunch. Ann, calling you quick.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. This is for Michelle. I had a question. You were talking about capturing kids' hearts. And when we go across the street, and Dina and I heard this a lot as legislative liaisons, that, oh, kids don't need social emotional learning, you know, they just need more math. In fact, the chairman of the K-12 Budget Committee said that to me directly, just teach more math. So I know capturing kids' hearts is a pretty popular SEL type program. So can you tell me, does a program like Capturing Kids' Hearts prevent you from teaching academics or enhance it?
A good teacher is teaching SEL all day long. I'm just going to start with that because everything we do, we embed things about being kind, making the right, you messed up, what's the next best move? What do you do? I mean, we do it all day long. And so it's really never taking away. And Capturing Kids' Hearts is not a program, it's a way of, it's a culture builder is what it is for your school. And so that, and it works on the adults first and how we interact, because how many of you have been in a classroom, like taught? Any of you? Okay. So those of you who've taught, you know, there are days when you may not have the right, you know, you don't know what's happened. You don't know what's going, you have a life too. And sometimes you bring that, and it helps you center yourself, and it helps you remember that your focus is always what's best for the kid and how can I provide it through my reactions and interactions. I guess that's to say. So SEL, I know that there are people who are against SEL. SEL's not a program. SEL's a culture. It's a school culture. And the programs that districts buy for that give teachers tools to embed it in their lessons. Like I never teach an SEL lesson. I might, at the beginning of the year, I teach boot camp where I teach kids, here's the structures we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it together. What do you want to see? What should I see? Those kind of things. The other thing about Capturing Kids' Hearts is it invites the students into ownership of the school. And that's the power of it. Is it's not just here, I'm the teacher, I'm dictating to you what's happening. It's, hey, what do you want? How do you want to be treated in school? And how do I want to be treated? And how does the custodian want to be treated? And so it's all encompassing. So yeah, I was just saying, go ahead.
Since you talk about math, I feel like I need to add, I greatly appreciate all the attention that the math department or the math content is getting. We are so overwhelmed by the support that, you know, everyone is actually giving us. However, I think my students work for me and for themselves, as well as are successful because we capture their hearts first before we can capture their minds and their brain. And so it is very important that we build that positive relationship within the classroom, and those things can help with that and address that. We also talked about how that system of support for each and every student helps student or every student become successful, not only academically, but as a person, I mean, as a whole, right? So.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to Capturing Kids' Hearts too. What I learned, because I thought I was going to go to the conference and think, oh, this is another curriculum. It's not a curriculum. It provides strategies for teachers to use uniformly across the school district. It empowers students, as Michelle said, to have a voice. It also has restorative justice practices in there because we want all the kids to be in the classroom. And sometimes some of our kids need a little break. And so it has restorative practices in there. It also has a leadership piece where kids can take accountability and step into their gifts and talents. There was something else I was going to say about that, but it's not a curriculum. And as Michelle said, social emotional learning is embedded in everything. We greet our students with a smile every day. That's social emotional learning. So we're modeling that for the students. So it's not a curriculum, it's a strategy and a system.
Of course. Thank you all for never giving up on kids. This was a great presentation. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for your service.
And they are a little bit ornery, just so you know.
I thought you were talking about students, Danny. We are officially going to lunch, so we will be at recess until 1 o'clock, but don't go anywhere because we're going to take some pictures here real quick. get everybody's attention. Let's try that again. Technical difficulties over there. Welcome back. So we are ready for, strangely, our out of order. Now item 4, receive item for KESA School Improvement and Accreditation Model. Welcome, Dr. Ben Proctor and Dr. J.
Easy to remember, right? But when you talk to me, it's easy to forget. So welcome to overtime, all right? Wednesday afternoon. Can you hear me okay? That was one right there. So thanks for your time. We are excited to talk to you about school improvement in KESA 2.0. It's largely the same information we shared last month. So, but before we jump into it, you know we're prone to do this. We like to celebrate things. So we are celebrating National Peanut Butter Cookie Day. Well, hey, the day, it's still young. The day is still young. It's National Jerky Day, and it's National Red Rose Day. So we were having a little debate as to which one of those we should celebrate with our wives tonight. And I think Myron landed on jerky. So we'll see how that turns out for Myron. Anyway, thanks for your attention and your time. We're going to jump right in. This was the action. This is actually two separate pieces here. The action on top, the KESA models the accreditation will be based on those 4 fundamentals, the 5 state board outcomes, student outcomes, compliance. That was the board motion in December to approve. And you'll hear each of those pieces throughout our information today. The other piece that we're really answering now is the board expects an actionable model, including expectations, timelines, and responsibilities, and we'll share those again. The only difference from last month to this month, we're diving a little deeper. Ben's going to go a little deeper into the qualitative state board outcomes. And I'll just turn it over to him right now. Get through all these. Sorry.
That's good. Okay, thanks, Jay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the State Board, Dr. Watson. We do appreciate the opportunity to visit with you each month, and now that we're at the point where we really believe we have a model that you can evaluate and ultimately decide if you're ready to move forward on, and we feel like we're positioned for that over the course of this month into next month. So as Jay said, we're using the board action from December as really the standard for which we're trying to address these different elements. And this is in a lot of ways, the actionable model, or the model that will create action across the state in key areas that we believe are very important if we're to improve opportunities and outcomes for our kids. And you can see over on the left side, you've seen this presented in various ways over the past year plus. But you'll see those fundamental elements that we believe are very crucial for our students. And then really the rest of this graphic represents the mechanism, or how we can go about implementing these things within school systems across the state. And the best part of this is we have degrees of these things happening in every school system. And I think as we've been out visiting with school leaders, with district leaders, with teachers, that is very evident. And we want to do these things, we say, exceedingly well. And so we want to support and provide direction, and also have frequent opportunities to measure implementation of each of these things, and we believe this model will allow us to do that. I want to talk just a little bit about how our state board outcomes, especially our qualitative state board outcomes, are addressed in this model. And I thought it was very timely this morning, a conversation from our Teachers of the Year talking about this idea of social and emotional learning. And in my experience and in working with people who really understand this idea, you hear that idea of integration a lot. And I think that is ultimately what we want to be able to visit with the board about as we move this idea forward, is how these things, these skills, competencies, characteristics can be a part of all learning experiences. And you've seen the Kansas Can competency wheel, where there's 26 different characteristics that we believe students should develop, not only so they can be successful in the future, but they can be successful every day. And again, just good people who know how to interact with one another. So the idea here is that those interpersonal and intrapersonal cognitive skills get integrated within a system, and that teachers know how to teach those things. They know that students can learn them and demonstrate them on a daily basis in all content areas and in all learning environments. And we believe as a team, and specifically as we brought in experts on SEL into this conversation, we believe that this will be an important conversation for the state board over the next several months as you think about how you want to define SEL, because I know that's been a question or a concern. We do believe within that model, when you look at those fundamentals, that especially in the area of standards, that includes cognitive and interpersonal and interpersonal skills. With kindergarten readiness and working with our early childhood team, we believe that literacy, that those early childhood standards that the board approved recently, that utilizing data most effectively and having good quality instructional practices applies in those early childhood programs. And that combined with opportunities in communities and sharing ideas about how people have gotten creative with opportunities for early childhood programming, we believe is a part of our model and is just integrated very naturally into what we're doing around school improvement. And then finally, with individual plans of study, I know the board has mentioned on a number of occasions we want to see that strengthened. And we believe through that family and community and business partnership structure that we can have conversation about those basic elements of individual plans of study that we don't always see in place, or when we do see them in place, we see students benefiting greatly, and we want to make sure we're moving the baseline on individual plans of study across the board in all school systems, and we believe this model can do that through that particular structure. So just wanted to speak briefly, you've heard this information before, but wanted to speak briefly on those qualitative state board outcomes that are well established. And I'll let Jay talk about the 3 determination areas.
So this, excuse me, this slide I think lays out the model really well. It covers the 3 areas that form an accreditation decision for each system in Kansas: compliance, school improvement, i.e. the model that Ben just shared around the 4 fundamentals, excuse me, and then the outcomes. Each of those areas, and we'll walk through those again today, each of those areas has a set standard to meet. There's a way to measure that, and then we need to be able to provide supports in each of those areas to systems moving forward. So I'll talk a little bit about compliance and then turn it back over to Ben for school improvement. But in compliance, the standard basically is a system that's in compliance with all the applicable, that's the key term, applicable federal and state statutes. And so there are 14 areas that the board has decided these are areas that can impact an accreditation decision. So in each of those areas, the measure really is the rubrics that each of our leads in those areas. So if you think Jason Flat Act is a compliance area in terms of accreditation, Kent Reed and his team would actually be setting what it means to be meeting the standard in the Jason Flat Act. So those are spelled out. We have a guidance document that has all of those in one place that a lot of our systems have reported that's been very helpful. So you have a measure, and then the supports are provided by those same people who oversee those areas. So if a system reaches out to us and needs support in being in compliance with the Jason Flat Act, Kent and his team would then step up and help them. So that's how the compliance has really worked in KISA 1.0 and moving that forward.
So keeping with that same format in school improvement, we have really 3 areas that fall under that idea of a standard, that systems are engaged in the process as we lay it out, and we'll talk about what that collaboration process is and the different components of that they are building a quality action plan based on that model that we looked at just a few minutes ago, that school improvement model, and that they're able to implement that. And this is where our research and evaluation team has developed a process to evaluate as objectively as possible with some qualitative areas, how we can evaluate each of those 3 areas. And we know that ultimately implementation is that key. And so when you look at those measures, in year 1, we'll be focused on that engagement piece, or the process that systems go through ultimately to develop a plan. They submit that plan, and then we start moving into implementation as we look at subsequent years. Supports, I would say that the basis for everything we're doing is about how we can support it. And we've said from the outset, as our teams have met and really designed what we have now, is that if we're going to ask a system to do anything effectively in these fundamental areas, we need to be able to provide supports to those that may be struggling or may not have the capacity in those areas. So it is a support-based model, and our teams are building those supports now. Some of them exist, and we want to make sure we're very intentional about how we can onboard those. Some of those are being developed and will be a part of the new model as we provide intentional supports in those areas. So this just goes into a little bit more detail in those different areas that we're focused on. That engagement or process measure it provides us as a state department, and for us to be able to report to the state board, is our model working? So if we're asking systems to do whatever it is we believe will improve outcomes and opportunities for kids, we want to be able to evaluate our own work. And that's part of what that process measure, that engagement measure allows us to do. The action plan, we believe that intentional planning with all the different components of that school improvement model are key, and annual evaluations of that are key so that we can provide ongoing support, and as Jay's mentioned many times, not wait until that 5th year. So this is an annual review process. Once that action plan is submitted, we're going to be reviewing that, and systems are going to be reviewing that on an annual basis. And then implementation is what it's all about, and that's where we get into those measures of progress. And how do we know? How do we know that what we're doing, what we're implementing is having the impact that we want? So to get there, we are embracing this idea of collaboration. So I always quiz our system leaders that have been around for a little while. What was in the old or the first round of KESA? What did that application look like? And everybody remembers it was a lot of narrative reporting and a lot of artifact upload. And we're focused this round on conversation and collaboration. So you can see here we have a team of regional executives that will be a part of that. We know that district leadership teams are a key element. We have school improvement days, and you'll see a list of upcoming trainings for our facilitators that we've scheduled and are ready to start in late July. And then that school community engagement, you'll see it's just very cyclical. And that's part of that annual review process that we have in place, but really embracing this idea of conversation and collaboration and talking about our work and sharing good ideas, the things that are working and the things that need to be adjusted. And I'll let Jay talk about outcomes.
Thanks, Ben. So we've covered compliance. We've talked about school improvement. The student outcome side, we do have a standard set, and those standards would be set in the areas of graduation rate, post-secondary effectiveness, and ELA and math on state assessments. That's part of our proposal. The measurements are built in. Those are all calculated for schools. And relative to a baseline status, established benchmarks, we'll show you the model that we have here today. The supports offered will probably be very similar to the same supports if we were offering a system supports in structured literacy or with a particular lead indicator that they're working towards. So a lot of the work, I always look back at the action-based, this is an action-based model. Results are out there and set, but what is the work you have to do on a daily basis to get there? And I believe that exists in the fundamentals. So when we talk about the outcomes, we are proposing that the outcomes, the evaluation side for accreditation wouldn't begin until 26-27. There are a couple reasons for that. One is we have a new state assessment next year. Then we have to take those, we have to set new cut scores, we have to set new levels of performance. And then we want to have more than 1 year to compare, right? Because a lot of this model is based on not just meeting a certain metric, those are state goals, but about growth towards that metric. So we want to be able to compare year to year. To do that with specifically with ELA and math, 26-27 would be the first year we could compare 2 years of data on the state assessments. We chose to have graduation rate and post-secondary effectiveness also begin evaluating that year to keep it in line with the state assessments and to allow systems time to implement their school improvement model, the work. And so we have 3 performance categories. The top 2, they're a little darker shade of gray. Those both, if systems are in those levels, they meet the standard. They meet the standard. They don't need to meet both of those performance categories. They just need to meet one of those. So if you're a system that's 95% or higher graduation rate, you obviously meet the standard. That's our state goal. If you are a system that X there, that would be a minimum graduation rate. So if you're above, you're at that or above that, and you're increasing your graduation rate, you're seeing growth in graduation rate, you would also meet the standard. The identified need, you would be less than that minimum, and your graduation rate is consistently going down. And so there are several decision points we have to make with these, the ands, the ors, what is increasing, what's decreasing, the length of time. So there are a lot of other things, but we're presenting this to the board as these performance categories, the supports, and then the evaluation side. Post-secondary effectiveness, the highest category would be 70% or higher, demonstrated improvement below 70%, so not to the state goal, above or within your predicted range, or you're increasing your post-secondary effectiveness rate. Both of those performance categories would meet the standard. Identified need, you're below your predicted range and you're decreasing. It's declining over time. So for ELA and math, we would look at these separately, but the same criteria would hold forth. So for highest performance, a certain percentage, and again, that has to be worked out, and that's probably largely going to be based on the new assessments. Set those once that new assessment's in place. So a certain percentage or more in levels 3 and 4, this is in line with state board goals, and a certain percentage or less in level 1. That would meet the standard. Demonstrated improvement, you're not at that highest performance level, but you are increasing. You're seeing an increase in 3s and 4s and a decrease in level 1. Both of those would meet the standard. Identified need would basically be you're decreasing levels 3 and 4, or you're increasing level 1. So those, again, the ands, the ors, those things, we need to work those out, but that would be the framework that we would use to evaluate outcomes. So the levels of accreditation are very simple. Accredited means that that system is meeting the standard in all 3 accreditation areas. Accredited with conditions would be not meeting the standard in 1 or more areas, and those conditions would be requirements. You must do this to close that gap, whatever that gap may be. Not accredited would be not meeting those conditions set forth by the State Board of Education. So a little bit more broad on that not accredited definition. So here's our timeline for this first year in 24-25. Those 3 areas, we would, in compliance, it stays the same. So systems are going to report what they need to for compliance. That will be evaluated by our compliance area leads and their teams, as it has been done before. In school improvement, we would simply ensure that each system has submitted an action plan, that they have. That's the outcome in school improvement for next year, is that they've gotten together, they've collaborated with their peers, they've collaborated with their communities, their staff, and they've identified this is the action plan for us, and they've submitted that. The outcomes we would still report. We still have the accountability report. We still have all those out there. We would still report all those outcomes, but not evaluate systems next year. Year 2, you can see it scaffolds, 25-26, same with compliance. In school improvement now, you've got an action plan in place. Now we're really looking at the degree to which it's being implemented. And that's a big piece of this model, the evaluation of that implementation piece. And then outcomes, again, would be reported on. Year 3, you bring all of them online. Compliance, the school improvement, which again would be based in the implementation side. The evaluation would be on the implementation, and outcomes would now be evaluated. Roles and responsibilities, I'm going to breeze through this. Districts, basically, they report the required information. They meet those expectations. KSDE, we will analyze a lot of those issues, whether it's a compliance issue or whether it's data, student outcomes. And then potentially could be that referral to the ARC. The ARC then would review any of those systems that were referred to them from KSDE and make a recommendation of accreditation to the state board. The ARC is the only board or body that could do that. And then the state board obviously determines accreditation. So this is, I'll turn it over to Ben after this. This is a proposed language for an action item in July. We have been slated all along to have action in July. So this was just some draft language that we put together to help the board as you think about in July.
Should we ask questions now? Do you want to pause, or do you want to go ahead and finish and then do questions? Just about done? Okay, we'll wait.
So the other element we discussed a little bit last month was if there was a desire on the state board's part to have a requirement, especially around structured literacy, and what could that mechanism look like. And so this would just be an idea of, with that action that the board could take in July around the overall model, how you could potentially position each system to account for structured literacy within that action plan. And this would go into that identification of the lead indicators that would be associated with implementation, specific measures of progress. You can think about like the number of teachers that would be trained. We know that some are they're very far down the road on that, and others haven't started. And so we believe that this could apply to any system, no matter where they are. But you would have the ability within this model, not only related to structured literacy, but I'm sure other areas over time, to place requirements if there was an elevated priority on some of those things. So this would be a potential way to be able to do that in conjunction with that action. And then we wanted to just wrap up and let you know that the ball really gets rolling in July. And these are our facilitator trainings that we have scheduled at service centers. There's a lot. Pat Bone has told me I'll be on the road quite a bit in July, August, and September, and our teams, and we're very excited about that. And we think it's going to take a lot of investment and a lot of conversation, a lot of collaboration as we roll this model out, and I think it's very well worth that effort. In addition to that, we have our second round of informational sessions, and we did, you may recall, I know many of you attended, and we really appreciate that, our kind of late spring informational sessions. We'll have more information, especially after the board considers action in July, and so we want to get back out on the road and make sure that we're answering questions. This will be a part of our regular updates, our weekly Zoom sessions, which will resume in August, our service center visits that we do, if we do council of superintendents, all those things will continue. These would be in addition to that, but just a lot of information that we'll want to get out to people and make sure everything is very clear. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'll start with Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have quite the list, so I'm happy to start and come back so that I'm not just overtaking the entire thing.
We can go around, yep.
Yep. So maybe I didn't catch it, but I didn't really see much being spoken about the experts that we have heard about that are being trained, yes?
So I think we started calling them experts, now we call them facilitators.
Okay,
yeah,
maybe
so
that's
that's all
what I
within that training, yes.
Okay. And so how many, like you have like systems coming together, that's that part that they come into, right? So do you just have one per session, a couple of systems coming together to do their collaboration? Is it just one facilitator? Is it more than, like,
So
what is that?
we, at a minimum, will have 3.
Okay.
We have enough to have more than that, but we feel like the way we want to train and execute that we would need 3
Okay.
to execute the way we've positioned that. But we have well over the number that would be required. So we don't want to not use somebody who wants to do it. And so we're looking at maybe somebody who could be an alternate or somebody who could learn from the others, that type of thing. But we'll have 3 that actually execute that agenda.
Okay, and so you had initially said, I think, like 100 or 150, and I know you've had more than that. And how often, I'm just trying to, I guess, capture the idea that you've got these 3 people with these systems, keeping that training fresh and keeping them, like, how often are they being used? And yet we have to obviously keep in mind that we're pulling them out of their schools at the same time, so.
Yeah, and we actually asked them that as part of the application, how many different sessions, because we do believe having more than one session.
Yes.
So having those 3 people, so just format-wise, we want those 3 facilitators to stay together as a team, and we want them to stay with the systems that they start with, so that there's consistency and relationship building. We want to invest in an initial in-person kind of full-day training, so that's where that schedule comes in. And then we will have monthly Zoom sessions continuously, and we believe that the annual conference, we're going to propose some adjustments to the annual conference. We believe that'll be an annual opportunity to do that in-person ongoing training. So that's one of the things, and I probably have mentioned, I was an OVT chair in the first round of accreditation. I loved our initial training. It was very, very good in a lot of different ways. I don't know that we remained invested in the ongoing training, especially when changes were made. And so that's something that we want to do. I think there were opportunities, but we want to make sure that we have at least one available in-person training a year, and then ongoing monthly check-ins. In this first year, we're going to learn a ton.
Yes.
And so just hearing what people's experiences are starting in October so that we can learn. And I would imagine, it's just kind of the nature of things, we're going to do it better in April than we did in October. And we're going to do it better a year from October than we did this year. So we're going to continue to learn and listen to our people who are executing all of that. But that's the format.
Okay, I'll give it up for a minute, but I will be back.
Okay.
Just warning you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that very first or second slide, it talked about, again, high-quality instruction. We talked about that. And we heard from excellent teachers today that were traveled across the state, and those are teachers that have kids in front of them in the classroom, and they're, implementing, ELA, math, all that kind of stuff. And what I'm getting at is, who's going to be deciding, because the high quality instruction, like, are we going to have teachers providing information on that? Because they said, as they go across the state, they're doing it uniquely, differently, but they're all meeting the needs of children. Like, they saw that. It was a small to medium to large district, even 2 different districts that are just as large. Comparably, we're doing things differently and uniquely. So we kind of asked previously, who's going to provide us with that high quality instruction, and who's going to be providing those systems with that? Because everybody is going to have their own version of what they feel. Obviously there's a standard. So are we going to focus on literacy, ELA, and math, or on maybe sciences? Are we going to focus, because now we have skills out there. We have a lot of different pathways. What's the focus? Is it going to be what they're assessed on, what the children are assessed on in the 1, 2, 3, 4 scale? Or are we going to be focused on just in general high quality instruction? I guess I'm confused on who's going to be the one giving that high quality instruction as far as training wise.
So we believe when we talk about these fundamentals that they're very interconnected. And what we want kids to know and be able to do becomes the basis for instruction. And that's where you see those standards situated. So when we talk about standards, whether it's a content area, whether it's a skill like you mentioned, we want to be really clear about what it is we want kids to know and be able to do. And one of the things that we've looked at in research is that, and I ask this question a lot when I'm talking to educators at all levels, so system leaders, building leaders, teachers, is it true that students generally will meet the expectation of a teacher? in a classroom setting, will students generally do what the teacher asks them to do? And most of the time that is the case. You always have exceptions to that. And what the research would suggest is generally we don't ask students to do grade level work or rigorous work. The expectations aren't as high as they need to be. And that came from our partner that we're working with, TNTP, and their opportunity myth research. And that, I know that resonated with me as I was doing a lot of classroom walkthroughs and really trying to understand this idea of quality instructional practice. So there are nuances to quality instruction. We've heard it referred to as the fuzzy part of this because there's so many human elements at play. And so as a state department or as an entity that supports instructional practice, supports the success of students, and there's a lot of different entities that do that, a lot of peripheral supports for what's happening in classrooms. One of the things that we want to do is create some definition of this kind of fuzzy thing called quality instruction. So that's where the interconnectedness of those fundamentals come in. And the way we've defined quality instruction as we think about how we improve systems is that we want to give students access to rigorous grade level content, which goes back to knowing standards, including those literacy standards that Dr. Curtis and her team oversee. And we want to make sure that teachers are able to assess student performance against those standards by using data in a very balanced way. And that's where you're not going to wait. So to kind of respond to are we just doing the assessment of those things on that standardized test? I would say that's what the balanced assessment system is trying to address, that's providing teachers with formative data so that they can make adjustments right away. So you're not waiting for a test at the end of the year, you're balancing that assessment so you're providing teachers with good information so they can make adjustments on a daily basis. But that definition, if we can provide some standardization of quality instruction, it's really raising expectations, which goes back to ensuring that each school system knows what to do with all of those standards, because there's a lot. So being really clear about that. And I know our program manager teams this week have brought in all of their extended teams, all of their teacher leaders, and their focus is solely on standards alignment, or that's a huge part of what they've been doing, because that's a gap. And if another question we often ask is, how much time, if you're a veteran educator, have you spent doing some type of alignment work? Curriculum alignment, standards alignment, unpacking standards, trying to identify the standards that you can teach in a 9-month period. And all of us that have been around in education a long time have spent probably years in professional development trying to do that. That's a gap that we want to fill. So we want to provide intentional professional development in that area so that teachers can give each student access to grade level standards.
Thank you for that, because being a swim instructor for 10 years now, there's certified under a national organization. They have certain standards that would apply to everybody. I mean, every kid's probably going to experience a bucket of water or a tub at some point in time. So I'm not going to go into probably lakes and rivers and oceans in the middle of Kansas like I would a body of a bucket of water where they could actually drown in a bucket of water. So that's what I was trying to get at, as far as like standardizing everything to an assessment that would make sense for most kids. But you're going to have the uniqueness of Kansas being maybe ag, and then you got your urban and rural. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're not like, we're making it make sense for the kids and for the teachers, that what do we want them to know and grasp, but there may be things that go above that in a different area of Kansas, and I want that to be unique and an individual, and not be standardized, and not be assessed on things like that. So
yeah, I think that's a great point, and that's why that community collaboration is so critical, because there are going to be unique standards that communities say are important for us. And I tell people one of the richest conversations I've had was with a district site council talking about the types of characteristics we want for our kids. Those things that often are not embedded in instructional programs. And so I think that there is an element with that community conversation that can elevate what it is that we want those kids in that community to know and be able to do.
Am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe Kathy and I can go back and forth, because I'll bet my list's every bit as long as hers. So, okay, I'm glad you're here on this chart. Would you walk me through an example if I'm a superintendent, whatever administrator group, and I get this model, how do I use it?
Well, so that's the important elements of that collaboration process. So we're not going to hand anybody this model and just say go. We want to make sure that our regional executives, number one, are setting the stage for those school improvement days. And then the training that we provide for our facilitators will allow systems to start moving through the model to ultimately identify what the right action is for them. So the model itself is centered in this idea of a leading indicator being an action. And when you start looking down that list, you'll see that it's fairly specific in terms of the types of things that we believe are high leverage that will impact student outcomes. So if you look at resource allocation, so these structures that you see are the things that ultimately are going to allow a system to implement something in a sustained way. So you're not just siloing an action and saying purchase curriculum. You're putting that into the system through how you allocate resources. And the example that we provide there would be resource allocation around materials and training, because we believe those two things matter, and those two things can support the implementation of all of those different fundamentals. If you look at educator evaluation, same thing. We want to make sure that as systems are allocating resources towards materials, that evaluation systems are supporting the implementation of those materials that are aligned back to standards. And that whenever you're designing your professional learning, that your PD is centered in the implementation of those resources that are aligned to standards, and it goes on down the list. So the plan itself, or the visual itself, is representative of what we believe is a way to integrate all these different things into systems. And through protocol questions, through the development of protocol questions, systems, district leadership teams specifically, are going to collaborate with a regional executive to ensure they know what to expect at those school improvement days, and then that facilitator is going to execute those protocol questions so that system can identify what their needs are based on their data and the gaps in implementation, and then identify what actions they need to take, and those measures of progress will be built out so they can evaluate implementation over time. So
Okay.
that's how we want to execute this plan.
Well, just think of me as a 4-year-old. How do I get from the first column to the other columns?
Well, it's not situated to move from a column to another column. It's situated so that you can start to identify the areas of need that you have. So that's where
You mean in the 4 fundamentals, which one I need the most help in, or?
that would be one way to look at it. You could prioritize a fundamental. The challenge with prioritizing a fundamental is that you can't have one without the others. So you really can't just isolate structured literacy and just do structured literacy. You have to make sure that it's very clear what those standards are related to structured literacy. It's why training in and of itself isn't enough. You have to be in a system that's supporting implementation in an ongoing way. And that's where that balanced assessment system comes in. So you have to know, what is your data telling you, so that you can either continue doing what you're doing or make adjustments based on what that formative assessment data is providing. And we know without that quality instructional element, that execution of that training, it's not going to ultimately impact student learning.
So you're telling me the 4 fundamentals don't really relate to the structures?
The structures are how you integrate the fundamentals and sustain them.
Are they going to train us on this when we go to Greenbush in August?
Who's they?
Whoever's doing the training, the KSDE training. Will they be trained on this?
Our facilitators?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
That'll be
great.
the basis for the training.
Okay. So, is it okay?
Yeah, do one more and then we'll go back around.
Okay. These are kind of together, SEL, kindergarten readiness, and individual plans of study or board things we're looking at, but I couldn't tell how any of those would be measured to know they're really doing them?
So they would be measured just like anything else that we're measuring within this plan. So for social and emotional learning, you can see the statement there. We would want, as part of the protocol questions, part of that district leadership team analysis, what we would do is provide questions so that they can identify the degree to which those skills and competencies and characteristics that they desire for their students to develop, the degree to which those are being integrated within their system now. And then that's where those measures of progress are part of the evaluation of that, so they can determine over time, are we seeing the results that we want to see based on implementation of those things.
So this protocol is a list of questions they're given when?
We'll have those, we actually are finalizing those at our school improvement work group sessions over the next several weeks. That'll be a part of that team's work. We have those all drafted. They've been in place actually for quite a while. I know at the Accreditation Advisory Council meeting a week ago, those were evaluated, so we have a lot of feedback on that. So no later than July, those would go out, so well before the school year starts.
Okay, because I noticed it mentioned like IPS review, but I wasn't really sure what that was under IPS.
Just like SEL, individual plans of study, Natalie's team has developed questions that the district leadership team will evaluate again, looking at implementation of IPS within that system.
So Natalie looks at their IPS and says,
No, they're looking
It's
at
bad.
it. They're
Who?
looking at it. What the system itself, the district leadership team is evaluating the implementation of the individual plan of study within their system.
and they decide if it's good enough or not?
Well, that's part of the facilitated conversation that
With-
we're having with our facilitator team.
Not with the regional director, but on the school
They'll
day?
be a part of that as well. So that's all part of the collaboration process.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to jump in here real quick, and then I'll go back to Kathy. At one point, you were talking about a different accreditation list. So there was discussion of accredited with distinction. Did that go away?
We don't have that as part of this. I mean, that's something that we could do over time if the board desired that.
Okay, and that was that tied to maybe a replacement for the STAR Awards?
Maybe at one time. It's
Maybe,
not been
okay.
a part of our
So
recent
leaving it out of this for now.
conversation.
Okay, just didn't want to lose track of that.
This presentation would include everything that we would want a part of rolling out accreditation in 24, 25.
Okay, Kathy?
Chair, do service centers have a choice of their meeting place? Like, how are you guys, and I know I'm being nitpicky, so forgive me, but I get questions, and so I'm just trying to understand. So when the service center, no, sorry, when the districts are paired up, like, as far as where they're going to do that, like, are they a part of that process of,
As
you
to
know,
where they're meeting?
right, just so that their distance is, and I've just had an email, so I'm just trying to kind of understand if
Yeah.
they're being allowed to go to what's closest to them, if they're having to travel further because of whatever, like, I don't.
We tried our best
Okay,
to ensure that it's the nearest service center. That was, in terms of the location, that was the number one criteria. We tried to make it close.
okay.
It's probably not always going to happen that way.
Not a perfect system, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The ARC, I feel like I've been not hearing what I was hearing in those sessions that I listened to you when you were talking about the ARC going on site. If it is decided that a system is being pushed over to, let's look and see if we've got some conditional accreditation going on. Accreditation with conditions, let me say it right. There was conversation about the ARC would then go to, and I know that was well received, and I know I personally like it a lot. So it wasn't actually in the verbiage, so I just really want that to be clear that that is something that would occur if somebody was actually put in that place, that they would get an on-site visit to truly understand the situation.
Yeah, so we just met with the ARC last week in Salina, and we basically shared this information with them. And then we talked about what would an ARC review look like in each of these areas. So if it's a compliance issue, the ARC feels like,
They probably don't need to.
yeah, we will receive the information from KSDE. The outcomes, very similar, because the outcomes are very objective.
Okay.
When you get to the school improvement, that's where the ARC said, we need to go on site
Okay.
and really get a feel for it. And you've got a mix of existing ARC members who just basically, we just did desk audits. And with, trying to figure out as much as they could from the written word, but when you can actually have evidence presented to you at the site and you can talk to people, they feel like that's going to be a much more complete and comprehensive review.
Okay, great. And when are we going to get the report on the TNTP curriculum survey?
So for sure in July.
Okay.
No later than that. And just to give you an update on where we're at there, so the survey, everything is completed. We had about 97% respond, which was good. What we're doing right now, and the reason for the kind of the delay in reporting is we have a lot of systems. I think there were about 80 in total who answered that they are using 3Qing, but the curriculum they submitted would not suggest that. So we have 2 Zoom sessions. Actually, we have 3 Zoom sessions. 1 or 2 of those are for those 80 systems. And so we want to give them a chance just to kind of explain. And some of them have explained it because when we said you have to attend a Zoom, they told us right away what the reason was. But we want to go ahead and let Dr. Curtis share with them, make sure they know what 3Qing is. Because several have said, I answered that question, I didn't know what I was answering. So we want to make sure they're familiar with what 3Qing is. So those will be 2 Zoom sessions. Then they can go back and change their response if that's appropriate. There were 5 systems that were identified as using a balanced literacy core curriculum, only 5 in the whole state. And all of them have plans on how they want to transition away from that, and they're already addressing that through the practices, and they're saying we're not using 3Qing even though it's supported. The report that the board will get in July will also include overviews of math and science and early childhood as well. So that's all coming. We just need to get a little bit more context from the systems.
Okay, great. Thank you. And private schools. Where are we at with the private schools?
So Myron and I met with the Kansas City Archdiocese and the Lutheran systems that, well, they're Lutheran schools, but they're each operating as systems. We met with them a couple weeks back and basically made a proposal to them on what we felt like it could look like in KISA 2.0 for them based on how they're structured, which is very building based, right? And so we are meeting then individually with the Kansas City Archdiocese and then the Lutheran schools separately now because we've made that proposal to them and they're going to get back with us. I think our meeting with the Archdiocese is this week and Lutherans will soon follow thereafter. But by July, we want to have it, squared away, so to speak, on their decision on do they stay in KISA or not, right? And just their thinking around our proposal. So we'll have that all worked out in July.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are 3 areas in evaluation: compliance, school improvement, and outcomes. Okay, so let's just take compliance. And we've got a person assigned to each area of compliance. And let's say I'm doing teacher licensure, and I realize they don't have enough licensed teachers, and I'm working with them, and they still haven't met the mark. What's the process from there?
So we have it set up to where each year the leads for those compliance areas can communicate back to our team. They're also communicating with the system. And so if it becomes an issue where an area the standard is not met by the system, what we're proposing is that system would have 1 year to get back into compliance with supports from our team. If by the end of that next year, they weren't in compliance, they would be referred to the ARC.
And that's 1 year for any area of compliance?
Correct.
Okay. Let's say we're looking at school improvement. Who is deciding whether or not they meet the criteria for being properly engaged in that? Who makes that determination?
The main evaluation or measure for school improvement is implementation. So they're saying that we're going to work on adopting new curriculum. And so that's their commitment. And what we will do is we have a way to actually, through their responses to questions, to analyze that for basically the degree to which they're implementing. And so if a system has a gap in implementation, through the conversation, our research and evaluation team is working on a tool that will actually show the level of implementation. And so that can be the determining factor then in whether that system is meeting the standard or not.
So who again is looking at that?
Our research and evaluation team is building it, but our school improvement work group is the group that's going to finalize that and work through that.
And that would be the regional directors and you guys, or just you guys? Because there's
No.
only a few of you guys.
School improvement work group is about 40 people.
Okay, so the whole, I mean,
Yeah.
have you divided them up among schools or districts or?
So you're saying, okay, I get what you're saying now. So if the system comes back, the data that comes in from the system, our research and evaluation team is building a tool that can actually quantify, in some ways, their level of implementation. So we wouldn't have to have different groups of those 40 people on the school improvement group in different groups and analyzing the data for each system. We'd actually have that in an evaluation tool to evaluate their implementation. Then from there, we could then take that in front of the school improvement work group and talk through that.
So it kind of plays into, I mean, the whole quality plan is about identifying gaps. So would we say if they were just going to work on curriculum, that's good enough? Or how we decide what a quality plan is and that they've addressed really all the things they need to address? Who does that?
So I think that gets more into the question about how you use the model. So we know that, just like I mentioned, training in and of itself is often not going to produce sustainable change. The purchase and adoption and ultimately even implementation of the curriculum, it has to look a certain way for it to be effective. And so going back to those different structures, that's how when you purchase curriculum and you take it out of the box and you give it to your teachers, you can't just say go and then think that things are going to change for your students or those outcomes are going to change. So that's where those structural elements start to reinforce the implementation of those materials or of a particular training. So that's where, as a district leadership team, that's why we believe that the target for all of this is to have a team that can talk about instructional practice within that system. Many systems are equipped to do that now. Some are not. Some have told us we don't have that type of structure. So that team is looking at what's our immediate need, which may be materials. It may be that we don't have any formative standards referenced assessment data. So we're using screening data to assess skill deficits, but we really don't know how students are performing against standards. So we need to onboard our mini assessments as an example so that our teachers have formative assessment data. We know that those things can't just happen in isolation. So that's where those structures reinforce any particular action. So that district leadership team is looking at the immediate need, but they're always looking at what is the next step we need to take to make sure that we're implementing across the entire system.
So who decides they have a quality action plan?
Well, part of it is we want to develop a good process so that the action plan is reflecting the templates that we provide so that you can see those things that we're elevating as good starting points for action. And then, as Jay mentioned, our evaluation team they're designing the conversation that our facilitators and our regional executives can have with the system to collect the information that we need in order to do that evaluation on our end.
So our staff here in this building is going to decide if they had it, and that will be the team again, somebody on the team.
Our team would, yes, be the starting point for that.
Okay. And the guided reflection, is that okay, Madam Chair? The guided reflection protocol that we do, who does that? Is that the regional director?
The regional executives would have a part in that. Our facilitators would have a part in that. Our research and evaluation team would have a part in that.
Well,
All
if
of us.
everybody has a part, nobody's in charge. Who's in charge of the guided protocol?
So those are the protocol questions. Those are the things that we're asking systems to tell us how they're doing on any of these things.
That's that
So
new tool?
there's two different purposes.
Okay.
One would be to help lead the system to identify the gaps that they have and ultimately the actions that they need to take to fill those gaps. So
And
that's
who-
very
who will-
directional.
That's the purpose of the tool to guide them or a person to guide them?
That's the protocol questions that
Okay.
we're utilizing so they can assess their gaps or their needs.
And who does the guided protocol?
So our teams have designed those. We'll be evaluating those through our school improvement work group process. That was also done at the Accreditation Advisory Council meeting in the most recent meeting. So those will be provided to all systems in July so that they can see those well before any school improvement day or regional check-in.
Okay, but who does the guided protocol with them?
What do you mean does
Well,
them?
you talk about a guided reflection protocol that we do, but I'm not sure who's
So
doing
that's
it.
that's the basis for our facilitator work on the school improvement day. So they would follow a protocol. We wouldn't just have the facilitators say, let's talk about the model. They're actually going to go through questions, protocol questions, guided
Okay.
conversations so that the system can identify with their district leadership team, they can identify what focus they want to take, what action they want to take.
But the facilitators don't really get involved until you have school day, right?
That's where that would occur.
That's where the
The
guided
school-
protocol takes place at?
Yes, but they would have access. We want that to start right away at the local level with their
Because I
district
thought
leadership
that had to
team.
come up front so you could get a quality plan.
It is. It is. We're going to provide those in July so that as the school year begins, those district leadership teams can be looking at that right away.
Okay. It's okay.
We're going to move towards wrapping up. You can do one more, and then I'm going to go to Kathy, and we'll be finished.
Okay. I'll have to give you guys a call because I have a bunch more questions. Maybe we can just set up another time to get together. But just to be brief, I think we should include science in the measures, not just English and math. And also, what was the other one? Oh, I don't see any reason to put off till 26, 27, measuring graduation rate or post-secondary effectiveness, because they've been measured on that for years. There's no reason to take a 2-year hiatus on those measures, so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kathy?
Painless question. When is the one-day facilitator training occurring, and is that here?
So
I missed it, I'm sorry.
yeah, that's okay. There's a lot. So these are all
Oh, this is it.
Yes, these are all the facilitator training. So we'll actually be going out to them.
Okay, I totally missed the
And
headline on that.
yeah, there's a lot. These are the facilitators, those that are wanting to do this are registering. So we'll know how many we'll have at each session. And if we need to move people or that type of thing, depending on numbers, we'll do that. But all in person and all regional.
Okay. And then the next set of dates was when you're going back out to refresh and
Yep.
give more
So these are
information.
for all audiences
I
like we
apologize,
did
I
prior.
totally missed the
Nope,
heading on
that's
that
okay.
first.
So would board members be invited to the informational sessions only, or both?
Oh, you can come to everything.
All right, just want to make sure. There's your invite. All right.
We think the facilitator training is going to be a lot of fun, honestly, talking about just really, really good things. And so we're excited about that.
Awesome. Thank you both for your work on this, and obviously, it's going to be an action item for us next month, so we'll have more time to discuss. Did you have, you looked like you were going to say something. You good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We'll give Eric a minute here. Next up is the Special Education Advisory Council, SEAC, quarterly report to the State Board. Welcome Marvin Miller and Lindsay Graff. In a moment.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marvin Miller. I have been the chair of SEAC this past year, and I represent districts 8 and 10 in the greater Wichita area. Parent of a child who's almost 22 with Down syndrome. I started on SEAC years ago as a parent, a pastor, and a para, and she was 12. So I've seen a lot of processes. I'm going to have several other members introduce themselves. First is, as I'm stepping off our chair, our new chair this year will be.
My name is Lindsay Graff, so I will be the new chair starting at our July meeting. I am the special ed director for Coffee County, so I serve 3 school districts, Lebo, Waverly, Burlington, and Leroy Gridley. This is going to be the start of my 7th year there, but my 23rd year in education. I am the mother of a son that I adopted 2 years ago who has a learning disability, who is 10 and a handful. So if anybody needs him for a week, I'll happily send him your way. And I'm excited to take over and present to you next year. So.
Thank you, Lindsay. And then on Zoom, we have Dr. Lena Kisner, and she will be the new chair-elect and part of our leadership team. So, Lena, you can introduce yourself.
Okay, thanks, Marvin. Hello, everyone. I'm Lena Kisner. I'm the director of the Reno County Education Co-op in Hutchinson. Serve as the chair-elect for SEAC, and I'm a special ed administrator is my role on SEAC, and I'm also the parent of a child with an exceptionality. So I appreciate everyone taking the time to hear from SEAC today.
Thank you, Lena. I'm going to go quick because I know you have had a long 2 days and you have a break coming up here quickly, and then just a few more things. Just to remind everybody, SEAC's mandate has always been to advise Bert and the SETS team, as well as the State Board of Education, on any unmet needs, provide innovative analysis, and our attempt as a wide coalition of people out there in the field and in the schools and with parents and teachers is to try to be proactive, to peer around the corner, to try to keep you informed of things that are coming down the pike. So we meet and we have this requirement where the majority of us are required to have a child or be a person with a disability, so we can understand that. I understand that also this next term, Chair Melanie Haas, thank you. I believe you'll be joining as our SEAC liaison, which I think a lot of us are glad to have you instead of Jim. A little humor there. Anyway, this year promises to be one of the great and most expansive, I think, in expertise groups of SEAC come on board since at least prior to COVID, I believe. We've just welcomed Dr. Sean Smith, a professor of special ed at KU and a parent of a child with Down syndrome, to begin a term beginning July 1st. One of his expertise areas is in virtual and online learning, which those of us that did teach online to significantly impacted special ed students, this was very difficult several years ago. And we're trying to figure out what online learning does look like for our students with specialized design instruction. We have some more members that you will be receiving, I think, next month as accepting membership into another term at least. And we're hoping to provide additional requested information that you may have on questions about special ed. I know we will be meeting usually, unfortunately, many times our meetings cross with yours, so you are always invited to our meetings, but usually you are down here. We do enjoy our breakfast in January, and I know that it's not January yet, but please mark that on your calendar for that time. We enjoy it. We have been working a lot on SEAC on OSEP's differentiated monitoring and support, DMS 2.0. You probably have received a few reports, and you will receive more reports as that wraps up here. We anticipate that we'll be finalizing up here, and I think in August, September, coming around the corner. OSEP will probably be meeting with the SEAC committee to see if we are being involved as much as we should be, according to the law. How important is that? I think it's actually quite important, because as we just read in another state's OSEP report, one of the areas of noncompliance was that their state agency, special ed agency, SEAC type group, was not involved much and did not meet requirements and was not allowed to do what they should do. So that's an important thing. I want to just say thank you to Bert Moore for leading a great SEAC team, and I believe we actually do have quite a bit of involvement with the board over the last decade that I've been here. Over the past quarter, this is a quarter report. We have not had to meet much, or we have not met much. I think only once. We typically do not meet during the legislative session, and this year I was not called upon to speak as much to any events across the street. I know 7 years ago when I was chair, we were up here every couple weeks on some education issue. We did receive an update on the new SPP APR. Am I supposed to be advancing these slides? Probably. Okay. There we go. We did receive an update on the SPP APR indicator 18, which is a new one. This has OSIP has placed more responsibility to the SETS department, Burt Moore's department, to make sure that we are monitoring what is actually being in compliance out there in the special ed areas around the district. So this is a newer indicator that didn't used to be there, to make sure that everyone is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and I think they've got that well in hand. One of the things that we've been looking at as well is, like I said, the virtual online performance. What does that mean for our students with significant disabilities? We've had a lot of licensure updates. We've got a lot of, 10 years ago, we did not have as many alternative pathways. We have a lot more trying to fill our needs for special educators. And I'm thankful to Dr. Frank Harwood and to Shane Carter for all their updates that they've been giving us. Education is rapidly changing and things have changed a lot. I'm trying to look forward to see what will happen with special ed funding going forward, and I haven't heard the results of even the last few reports that you've had the last couple of days. If I was to peer forward and identify some of the issues that are coming up that we are looking at, my short list would be this: the impact of virtual and online schools on the co-ops providing special ed services across the state. We have been studying that this year. That will be continuing to be probably an item on every agenda this next year. Trying to come up with some recommendations and look at some of the issues that are going on there, and we'll be bringing some recommendations forward at some point in the future. We're also, as everyone else does, we have a question on open enrollment and SPED services. I'm always trying to figure out how to meet the needs of special ed funding. I'm grateful that we have a little bit more funding this year. Talking with people, I know that probably in the next couple of years there will be a new school finance something, so we will figure out what that is, and we want to make sure that our special ed students receive all what they need to become successful. And while we do appreciate all the different special ed pathways and licensures for teachers, and that's been great, but there's been a consequence of that, is that we have put most of our good paras into teaching spots, and now we have no paras left. Lindsay says she has 29 openings right now. And this is going to become an issue. It doesn't come up to this group that much because it doesn't involve licensure, but I can guarantee you that local districts and co-ops are trying to do their best, trying to find paras to come into their rooms. As a teacher who still is in the classroom, I rely on my 4 paras, and I could not get through my day if I have only 2 of them. And it's getting harder and harder to find that. So we're going to have to become more innovative and try to figure out how to train more paras and figure out what to do, because this will also impact our pool of potential special ed teachers as we continue to see special ed teachers retire, because I think we've taken all of them already. So anyway, these are just some of the things that we are looking at forward to the next year. I appreciate this opportunity to give this report. Thank you, Chair Haas, and I'll be open to any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Porter, do we have someone from SEAC on the new committee that just met this week, about that you just met with the?
No, we don't. But we have representatives from the disability community. We have both people from disability rights and families together.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And by the way, Marvin was the secretary of the ESI task force originally.
Long time ago.
So he's very familiar with that process.
And if I may interject, but both families together and the Disability Rights Center are ex officio members of SEAC and do provide us reports, and we collaborate very well with them.
I don't see any other questions from the board, so I'll ask you a quick one.
Okay.
If you could wave your magic wand, this goes for any of the three of you or all three of you, what can the board do for you?
I'm going to start with Lena. Would you like to answer that one?
Well, thanks, Marvin. I think that's a great question. I think from my perspective, the biggest thing the board can do is just make sure the special education voice is heard and elevated in all the conversations. You know, sometimes we tend to work in silos. I know you hear that. And, you know, special education impacts all different areas that school districts operate. And when you have co-ops and interlocals that are not necessarily at the table with districts, that can become a little bit challenging in some of the processes. So I think just helping to remember the voice of special education throughout. I love the question, you know, about special education being on the board that you guys were just talking about. And so I think just again, keeping us just in the forefront of making sure that we have the information. And I just, I do want to commend Dr. Watson on those weekly meetings. I think having special education invited to those meetings with superintendents and other leaders across the state has really helped with communication. And so just continuing to support those kind of initiatives is really helpful.
Great, thank you.
Ultimately, I really kind of agree with what she just, I do agree with what she said, but I think that has improved dramatically, especially since COVID, because that's when we really started getting invited to all the weekly Zoom meetings and that, and I know Bert was instrumental in that as well. But we talk about all the different licensure pathways to get there and the shortage of teachers, not just in special education, but across the board, and how important that is. We're putting less trained people in the classroom with our highest need kiddos or just all of our kiddos. And we also, to combine that with the SEL conversation, the needs are rising for all kids, our kids included. And so, you know, just that continued support that you guys have had for all of those areas, they are impactful, and they're honestly what are wearing the teachers down. Those SEL issues, those behavior issues. I just had a teacher that transitioned out of special ed into general ed, which I'm thrilled she's staying in education because we need that because of just the hard kids. And she was brand new right out. I also was sharing that in one of my biggest elementary school, I have all three teachers are new this year. One will finish the limited apprentice license in December. Another one is starting what is now the limited residency license, and the third teacher is on a waiver. So keeping those guys not only excited about kids, but excited about special ed. And I mean, thinking outside of the box, that's what we do on a regular basis. 29 openings. The largest I've had in my 7 years is 29. I had 25 at one point. We're increasing wages, but the money, and you guys don't have all that control, and I understand that, but it only goes so far. So we have to find our other perks. So just the support. I mean, I don't think I have a magic wand that says, please do this and all things are fixed, but the continued support and increase and inclusion of us as well at the table.
Thank you. And I will add one more thing, and this is from my parent hat, especially as I've had a daughter finish and age out of the program and then crash into a system that doesn't exist. I know Jim Porter for years has worked on transitions, and we've had transition task force, and I know there's some more studies, and KU is getting involved in that too. But I think as we begin to do more collaborative conversations with other groups where our kids are handed off to, and I'm not sure how the board can do all that, but if I could wave a magic wand, we've got to figure out, especially in the special ed community, how do we get them seamlessly from our school systems into either our work systems or into our social service systems. And while we've done a lot of work and come a long way, there's still a lot to be done on that. So thank you for those that have tried to work on those conversations, and it has improved. But like everything else, we're learning as we go, and needs are different now than they were 10 years ago and 5 years ago. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. All right, board members, I know that your agenda says that we're scheduled for a break, but we really only have one thing left. So shall we just keep going? Okay, excuse me, chair report. Which is, there it is on the back. I just wanted to say, I just have quick remarks. If you will go to your folder, this lovely artwork is from Miss Anna Diaz's third grade class, art class, at Quincy Elementary in Topeka. And so they are all different, even if they look the same, they are not. You have an original piece of artwork in your folder, and we're welcome to keep these here or take them home. Frame yours, we'll get another, and collectible art indeed. So thank you very much, Deborah, for your work with that classroom. And then I'll move on to, we're gonna do board travel, but I'm gonna put a different spin on this today. Is anybody planning any travel outside of the country for the board? No? Okay, how about outside of the state? Jim's leaving the state?
Yeah, but I'm going with the Activity Association. I'm going to Boston next week.
Going to
I'm not paying for it.
All right. So I'm going to suggest that we, if you have any additions to board travel, send them to Deborah. May I have a motion to approve board travel as presented in your packet? Jim and Kathy. All in favor, please raise your hand. That is 9-0, motion passes. It's the last thing that we have to vote on. Are there any committee reports? Missing Betty. Committee reports? Okay. And a reminder, if you have an individual report, you are welcome to write it up and hand it to Deborah, or just walk around and put it in the packets as we start the meeting. And then requests for future agenda items. Please just raise your hand. I've got the.
Oh, Madam
Kathy?
Chair, it's not really a future agenda item. It's actually a request maybe from Commissioner or whoever he would get it from. Is it possible to get a list of the districts that are receiving equalization dollars? Now that that's kind of really come into my world of understanding, like just getting a better idea.
On the special
No,
incumbents.
just that equalization that we were hearing about, like 113.
Oh, and how much?
Yeah,
What
just-
percent? Sure.
Just so we can, I just don't have an
Yep.
overall understanding of what that looks like.
Yep.
So in your Friday notes. would
And
be
some
great.
don't get any.
Right, no,
Yeah.
I totally
Yep.
get that.
Happy to do that in Friday nights.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are we going to hear from that group that met this week with Danny and Jim? Are we going to hear from them next month?
July.
In July? In July, okay. And then high-quality instruction, I think they were going to bring a bunch of stuff back because we're voting on things next month. Will that be up for discussion again, or examples, or?
Yes, along with the TNTP results, which will blend into that. And we'll do that before we go into KISA.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. Anybody else? Dennis, you were hovering. You good?
He's trying to get out of here.
I'm not gonna be here next month.
Oh, that's right.
Dennis will not be here the next month. That's right.
Zoom in or something.
Yep, you will be doing board work, but somewhere else. All right. Yep.
Well, I will enjoy taking over your space.
All right. With that, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned.